All right, welcome for joining us. Thanks so much for Group 6. As they get into session 27, I believe.
Oh.
Wow, okay, no noise at all. So awkward, everybody. The only one that wasn't awkward was David's baby. Okay, let's be real. Clearly in character. Yeah. All right. So recap. Where are we? We took boats. We were on the river. We were headed to the marshes, and then we decided to make port based on the time of day. It made sense, right? We're to get our rest, get ready, and we encountered. Well, we encountered the undead. Point and point. Nothing else to say there. There was some sort of invisible, concealed creature that was screeching and probing, similar to that of a bat. Moved one of the boats. You all were kind of huddled into this intense fog as it's kind of filled space. So you're in a chase. You have decided that you wanted to keep pace with the horde and then come at the back end of the horde and really aimed at going towards the commander of the shrieking, right? Essentially the epicenter of the shrieks. Like, what is that? We want to get to that. And you've been tracking and you've been trying to get to that. Now we are, again, based on distance of space, you're off map to the east, 300 pass, right? That is where a fight is happening. That is where the wall, you're in the Smallwood, that is where the wall is of potentially the keep, and where they're shouting and fighting, and Mangonel's being launched, magical stuff being casted. It's going crazy, right? That's all the stuff you're hearing. You're seeing like little flashes and everything. You all, it's a little bit of a difficulty here because you all have no real sight because of your dark vision. Okay, no one has dark vision to extend outwards to be able to see anything, and that really doesn't matter a whole lot for sight because you're technically in the fog, right? You have now pressed into this fog, and that concealment is causing all sorts of problem with your vision. So having dark vision or not isn't really going to help you in this regard because the fog is intense. Now, I can put on a fog effect. I'm gonna put on a fog effect. Sometimes for low end computer, it could really bog you down. So I'm gonna try to reduce the effect a little bit to not make it so much fog. So it shouldn't cause too many problems. Just be aware of that. Distance wise, of what you could hear as you are on scene now, recapping this, is that the shrieks are going on the other side of the tree. Okay? So the tree, from what you can hear, the tree is maybe 100 feet away. And it is large and hulking movements. And there's ways to go around the tree. But with the way that the sound is, there's not a whole lot of room on the north and south side of this just massive movement of sound, right? The shrieking you can hear past the tree, right? Roughly from your position, I'm going to go ahead and add it all together based on your perceptions, is roughly about an additional 100 feet. So about 190, 200, 210. That is where the shrieking is happening. And that is in a direct beeline from you all. If you drew a straight line, 200 feet, that is where the shrieking is coming from in a radius. Okay? The reason why you have all of this is because you've spent all this time tracking. We have gone through the numerous amounts of hours, and we are now in the early, just almost in the peak of where the sun is going to come out, and this attack is happening, right? So we have had all this information because we've received it, we've tracked it, we've on the trail, we've been on the trail of the shrieking, we've been here. You have not encountered that concealed invisible creature that was kind of screeching. You haven't encountered that, and now we are faced with the choice, right? Running in, do we just go at this Do we throw light up and create an effect to try to draw the attention of this, and or do we go to stealth and we try to get closer to the shrieking, maybe try to get underneath the tree? Like, what is it that we're doing? And there just isn't a whole lot of time to decide because this tree is moving. And this tree moves with large, massive steps. So, whatever you're going to decide, it's now. I'm going to have it unpaused. I'm going to start my ambiance. Or our ambiance, sorry.
I'll follow behind whoever goes first. Whoever does the first thing.
Okay, let's start the fog. All right, so we have Pass Out Trace being casted. Othala, you're casting See Invisibility. Okay. And is that See Invisibility on yourself there? Yep. Yeah, are you talking?
All right. All right. Let's try to move forward. Try to get to that voice. If we can avoid the tree and things, that's great. But let's try to get to that whatever that shrieking is. Agreed.
Great.
Agreed.
You want me to
Okay,
follow
yeah,
close
because
behind
we-
y'all or stay back in support? What do you think?
I think maybe me and Thea up front, sneaking ahead, and then everybody else about 30 feet behind that. Or actually, Thea, you're probably best
Yeah.
to scout it out.
Yeah, I was going to
Joe,
say that.
I would say you're great at sneaking, but you can't see. You don't have dark vision on, right?
Correct.
Are you capable of giving yourself dark vision? Because it's really dark out here.
I don't think so.
Does
fog
Regmar have dark
anyway.
vision prepared?
It's not
I-
prepared.
Mm,
There's fog anyway, so even if you did, wouldn't make too much of a difference.
All right. I am going to cast invisibility at 3rd level on myself and Thea. Mr. Othala, you should still be able to see us. We're just gonna go a little bit ahead, and then everybody about 30 feet behind us. Okay.
Guys, I think I got enough juice. I could give myself some dark vision, but I wouldn't be able to re-sneaky step the whole lot of us later on. Think it's worth it to do now?
I think you should probably save it, right?
I think you should use it. It
you
lasts
should
for
do
8
it now.
hours or an hour. Dark vision lasts for 8 hours, right?
I
Michael?
believe so. Yep.
Do it now. We need you to be able to see.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we can always run away. So,
I don't think there's much sneaking after this.
Fair enough.
I would have gone next to Thea so that I could hear, be holding her hand or something, because I can't. Neither of us can see each other. But
Yeah.
Othala just watching y'all miss hands.
I like how it put dark
I would-
dark vision on every one of you. That's so
Like it's
funny. You had him targeted. That's the problem.
Oh,
That's
is that
fine.
what happened?
Yeah, I'm just gonna end it on everyone. You're just putting it on yourself, right?
I mean, can I cast it on more than one person?
I do not believe so.
Oh, well, yeah. Just me then.
it would be a separate casting for each one. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
when Felix came up to me, I have like a red piece of fabric tied to my belt. I would have let him hold on to that because
Okay,
I need
yeah,
my hands.
yeah, sure. So I would hold up like a toddler.
Mhm. and then sneaky sneak.
Because I don't
ahead.
know where her token is, but I'll be following Thea by holding on to her sash.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have you. So Thea and Felix are invisible. We have dark vision casted just on themselves for Dirty Joe, and then we have a whole pass out trace on everyone. So Dirty Joe is concentrating on pass out trace. Then we have see invisibility on Othala. So Othala, you can see, if I recall correctly, make sure you should be able to see them as invisible. But let me make sure I have that put on you properly here. On your token, you see him now. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then, so yeah, the only people who don't have dark vision is Costos.
Just follow the sound of the screaming.
So, like the order would Thea and I would still be close enough to Joe to stay within his radius. So just 30 feet
Yeah.
ahead of Joe, and Athala's leading Joe and the rest of the group. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
So we're like in 2 pockets.
Okay.
I'm not gonna move my token right now because I'm right next to wherever Thea is going. So
Yeah.
That's fine.
And I will start stealthing 30 feet ahead. So stealth check, or are we
Yes, please.
still?
Stealth check.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do I get advantage for invisibility? Also, I don't know how it works.
So invisibility, the condition really is applied mainly to the perception of what is trying to see you, right? And it's all
Okay.
based on sight. So technically, you're not even really stealthing because of sight. You're really stealthing because of sound.
Or
right now.
sound.
So
Okay.
that's not going to give you any advantage. But your sight, as far as it's concerned, not only are you in like total concealment because of the fog at this point, but you're also invisible. So, I mean, if they attempted to perceive you, they in sight range, they wouldn't even be given a check because there's
Okay.
nothing they can even see. So there's
Yeah.
nothing they can check for.
Okay. All right. So 30 feet ahead of Joe.
Is that plus 10 being applied?
Yeah. I rolled a 6, so
It's not on you.
on everybody
sorry.
but you, Joe.
Yeah, let me make sure it's
No.
on you real quick. I can count the plus 10 regardless of it.
I mean,
so
it's
let me just-
pretty sure it's unnecessary.
yeah.
I
It
rolled
when
a 20
it seemed to
anyway.
turn off your concentration when you threw on the dark vision, so it's back up. Yeah. It's okay. So you have a natural 20, right, Dirty Joe? Why are we arguing? I have plus 10. What? Natural 20.
Not paying attention to what
So-
this damn confabulation does
Okay.
for once.
So we have a 38, a 27, a 33, a 20, even with a disadvantage, and a 31. So basically, hiding your sounds is what Pass Without Trace is doing, and actually kind of blends you with the rain, with the wind, the ambiance of what's around you. You can hear the lumbering of the tree. So it's moving even additional footage crashing through the earth as it shakes the ground in front of you. It kind of vibrates. Then you also hear the shackling of the chains and kind of the grotesque sounds of like moaning and groaning and the kind of smashing of their own in a smaller kind of scape. You then hear a series of shrieks, and that emanates from the singular source, which seems to be unchanged relative to the tree's movement and yourselves and your previous positions.
so it's standing in the same spot, or it's the same distance away.
It's the same distance away, relevant to your
Okay.
original positions.
Okay.
Where you started, it has not moved.
Okay.
Hey, Othala, which way are they going? Kind of towards the north or towards the south?
She's moving forward still. I think we should follow slowly behind.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Well, yeah, but I can't see them, so just let me know, like, which direction they're breaking.
Try to stay close to me, Joe. Yo, I see something invisible flying.
So I'm gonna have it paused. At this point, yeah, you're stepping further ahead in your invisible condition. You're now seeing what is the shackles and the chains through the concealment with the fog. You can now get just the bare of the shadows of the tree on your left side to the top of above you on the map. You can see that the figures there. The tree is massive. As far as its position in space, I mean, it's encompassing at least 12 by 12, from what you can tell right now in terms of token size. That's just how wide, like, so not even counting at the height of what this thing is. It's just massive. It's uprooting the ground. It's rumbling. You can see that it's changing the fog around it. The shrieking, which then happens in a series again, seems to now be almost a little bit in front and underneath the tree. Still relatively unchanged, right, from the original position. So you're kind of tracking that. But the issue here is you begin to hear a series of clicking sounds from across the way. Then all of a sudden the bramble of tree move just behind you. So your left side on map position. And then again, a series of click emanate from the tree, which is right there. Now,
I know
Othala,
Othala can see me, so I would have put my hand out as soon as I heard it.
which is why we have it paused. Because at this point, I need everyone to roll initiatives.
So I'm right next to Thea, and Rag would be with the clump.
Yep. I'm going to move red real quick with the clump.
And I still have Gift of Alacrity, right? From
And then
last time.
And then Felix, you're following. Yeah.
I would be adjacent to her.
So you, Thea, in current position is there in that space.
Yes.
I'm going to unpause it. You can move Felix, your token position to where you want to be in terms of adjacent to them.
No, that's fine. I'd be
Okay.
trusting her lead. Where did I hear the sound? Just so I can.
The
Yeah, okay.
tree behind us.
Cool. See you in a sec, guys.
Okay. And then we have the Gift of Alacrity, right?
Yes.
So we're adding
I
3
rolled
to it.
3.
Right, Othala, as per usual, you are at the start of the initiative, and honestly, it makes a lot of sense because you can see the creature in the tree. I have not put an elevation to the creature quite yet, because based on concealment, you cannot tell if it's between 10 and 25 feet. You're only seeing in space the kind of that, and see invisibility land, the way that it's kind of coming and phasing into the light, like there's something that's there. You know that, but you can't tell how far it is in the backdrop of the tree, right? It could be in the tree, 10 feet up. It can be 20 feet up in this deciduous smallwood. It's difficult to tell. So I haven't put any elevation on. Not that you can't get that now, right? So we can definitely assign it. But I'm just saying prior to when you're just like glancing up and then you're kind of communicating in space. You just don't know if it's detected you or not. No idea. Okay. So it's going to be your turn. Here. Are you with us?
I
Looks
think
like he's
his
trying to
mic is-
short out his mic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Nice
Okay.
inches.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's my bad. Just wondering. Oh, they sent that through. Okay.
So how's everybody's Thanksgiving? Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. How was the food?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
hear you. So what I would do is I'm gonna tell Joe. I think we should hide in the bushes. They already sees the creature. I think we should try to lay low. We don't want to alert the whole army on the edge. And I'm gonna try to pull up. Costas is weak now, right? Would that change how heavy he is, or would I be able to pull him? Because I'm kind of weak myself.
Pulling a creature is not a matter of how heavy they are per se. It is a matter if they're contesting you pulling them or not. So if you're going to be grabbing somebody and pulling them back, that's technically a grapple. Then the other person chooses to fail, and you can move them half of your movement speed at that point. So you can basically like kind of walk them back 15 feet, right? If you have 30 feet of movement.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to move Costas back if he lets me.
Costas is actively following you right now, so yeah,
Okay.
he'll let you
So,
grapple.
Othala, go ahead and move your token 15 feet. And then, Costas, you are going to move your token. It looks like it's airing out because you're trying to follow. So, break off the follow here, Costas, and then move your token wherever you would like in space relevant to Othala's token.
How do I break the follow?
Just move your token.
Oh, I was using the wrong tool. Okay, yeah, so
There you
just back.
All of it. The follow was like, can't compute following in combat. Oh.
Do I roll another stealth check or?
So if you're taking your action to grapple, you cannot take an action to stealth. We take your passive stealth at that point because you haven't taken any combat or hostile actions.
No problemo. And that is end of turn.
Okay. Go ahead and end your own turn.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Everyone will be ending their own turn in combat. Training wheels are indeed off. All right, Thea, you're up next.
Okay. I cannot see this thing.
You cannot. You can only
I
hear
can
it.
hear it.
Correct.
Okay.
No, but I can put a template down if you'd like to show you where you're hearing it.
Yeah, just like generally where I can hear it.
That's where the hearing is coming from. Sounds.
Okay. Yeah, I want to try to hide from this thing because I can't see it.
Okay.
You're already hidden, aren't you?
You already
We're
stealth.
invisible. We're stealthed and invisible, but I
mhm.
don't know if this thing can see invisibility or not. So I would attempt to hide.
Okay.
I don't know how it works. And I would drag Felix with me,
Okay.
like around the back of the tree.
So
that we're next
yeah.
to.
So I'll go out of character. Talking about mechanic wise. So you
Uh-huh.
are already stealth. You have not taken
Mhm.
any actions at all. So we actually are taking your stealth roll prior. So the stealth
Okay.
that you rolled at the start of this is what I'm taking for all perception
Okay.
checks that are going to happen. Until you actively break the stealth with an action of some kind, you will always be in that stealth. If you take a non-combat action, that also will not break your stealth unless it's something like what Othala did, which is a grapple. Like that's an active
Mhm.
thing where you're grabbing. It's not a combat, so you're not like completely breaking out of your stealth and being revealed. So there's like layers here. Just know
Mhm.
that you have the check that you had prior to. You're in the ducks of the bushes and the concealment. You're stealthing right now. Like you're just imagining you're
Okay.
in the fog right now. So
Mhm.
you can be like, oh, I want to continue that. Maybe move half pace, be more cautious, right, and just kind of
Yeah.
pull Felix along a little bit. That's cool too. Felix is right after you on the initiative order.
Yeah,
So
I would suggest that then. And if that did not utilize my action to do so, I would hold for if I can see something getting aggressive.
I let go of the ribbon, so there's no tension on it. I do not go with it.
okay. So
So yeah, I'm definitely holding an action to see if something gets aggressive.
okay. So Thea, so are you moving at all?
I would put myself in a better position, so giving
Okay.
myself more cover.
Okay. So if you move and you're holding Felix's hand, Felix is going to let go.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're broken off of Felix and you're continuing to maintain your stealth because you're not trying to actively grapple them, and go ahead
Yeah.
and move.
Okay. I'm gonna
Okay.
move. Okay.
Okay. It's hard to see with the map, but in front of you is actually a deciduous tree, a smaller one. So there's a trunk there, so you can kind of
Yeah.
get
So
yourself
like
in
I'm like
position.
pressed up against that.
Mhm.
I'm holding my short bow.
Okay. So getting your short bow out, and then you're holding your action to perceive.
If anything gets aggressive toward me, because I'm the only one I could see, or my friends, if I can see them hiding up there, I would fire.
Okay, so you're holding your action to attack if you perceive something being aggressive to your friends
Yes.
or you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead. You can end your turn whenever you'd like. There's nothing else going through your reaction, action there, and all that. Felix, you're up. Felix, you've let go of the hand.
All right. Seeing this cluster over here, I'm going to start walking in this direction.
Okay.
I'm going to bonus action Misty Step, which will break my invisibility, but not Thea's.
Okay.
And I'm going to teleport. Oh, gosh. Right here.
Okay.
So I'm no longer invisible.
Turn
And
it
then
off
I
for you.
will action use Universal Speech, which lets every creature of my choice understand my language. And I'm going to talk to these 4 ogre-looking things and this tree and be like, no, you're going in the wrong direction. You got to go that way. And I'm going to point to the top of the map. Up here.
Okay. Okay. So you're kind of going outwards, universal speech here as you invoke with your action to speak to any creature intelligently. So your voice is actually kind of changing to the 2 different creatures in a magical way, right? But it's kind of changing and morphing into a language that they both types will understand. As they do that, you notice that the creatures with the chains, which are kind of the shadows of roughly 13 to 14 feet tall, really wide in the shoulder, also plated in some armor because you can hear that motion, the chains. They're kind of turning, and your voice comes out in a shriek to them. So you're shrieking a little bit, and they kind of take the chains and they're turning in that direction. The tree kind of lumbers and just slowly begins to subside, and almost as if it's turning, you can see the brambles of its tree, its actual branches and things. It's like turning in the direction to like look down at you, right? So it's like picking itself up a little bit to like slowly look at you. Now, in the same space, which is very difficult to see, now that you're underneath the tree, you actually can see that. A creature, a medium-sized humanoid. It's hidden underneath the token. It's a medium-sized humanoid with some plate armor and like these stag-like horns that are coming out, and they seem to be holding a great axe of some kind in the concealment. And again, the fog is separating space, so we can describe this to you. But again, colors and other really visceral, you can't really get an understanding of that. And that looks at you and can be a target of the speech as well. So if you're kind of saying the same things at that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else in your turn?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Costas, you're up next.
Costas is really kind of confused right now about what's going on, and he doesn't want to do anything hastily and like start the battle and other people aren't prepared. So he's just gonna take his action to kind of try to understand roughly what's going on, like what is going on with Thea, what's going on with Felix, like what's everyone doing right now. That's kind of
You're just looking.
So-
You're just trying to see through the fog as best as you can.
yeah. So can I do like a perception check or like something like that to kind of understand what's going on, or does he already know that?
No, you can try to roll. All you saw was really Othala pulling you.
You're
I'm like,
cutting out a bit.
1 second, I'm coming back. And I'm back. Okay. All you felt was Othala pulling you, and kind of right. That's all you can feel, and you can see some things. I need you to make a perception at disadvantage. So hold down control and then roll your perception. So 21 at a disadvantage, both of those being really high. You're still encumbered by the concealment and your dark vision. That's not going to change, okay? So your dark vision is limiting you in your sight range, and then the concealment is what applies the disadvantage in that same space. Really what you're trying to do is really perceive and look around as best as you can to understand what is happening. Then I'm going to take your 19, and this is going to be for your auditory perception and just what you're hearing. And you can hear what sounds like a creature in the air to your south, roughly 20 feet away, 25, up into a tree, and you can hear it moving and kind of clicking. So you can hear that now. So you hear what they hear, which is where the template's at. So you have an understanding. Now, otherwise, the only thing you would hear was just Felix doing what they did, which you can't even tell that was Felix, right? So all you have to go off of is now more shrieking in this weird harmonious tree language. And it was very confusing to you, and that was happening to your east, not too far away from you as far as space, maybe 85 feet or so.
Okay, if that's the case, I'm just gonna try to move to get between Othala and the Shrieking, and then Costas is gonna end his turn.
Okay. All right. So as you're moving, kind of getting between, more of this clicking begins to happen. As that occurs, Othala, you can still see the creature. The creature then begins to lock its eyes on Costas. As it lowers itself down and just like hunches back into the tree. Now, you getting an accurate depiction as it lowers itself down, going almost inverted. And it is 10 feet off the ground, inverted with its wings. And it's just locked its whole head and body posture at Costas, but it makes no movement at all in that direction. Felix, as you begin to shriek and speak in your universal language, the armored figure that is underneath the tree turns and looks towards you, and a common voice speaks. Who are you? And why have you come here? They hold out their weapon, which resembles that of a great axe, and something drips endlessly from the blade. And they don't do anything except point the axe in your direction. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
So I definitely didn't see that that bat guy, and yeah, honestly, I was just gonna keep doing the same thing. If I take dodge, will that break stealth?
No, dodge does not break your stealth per se. We go and fall back, and exactly what I just stated is that you're still in the stealth mode, quote unquote, but you're not actively stealthing, right? So in order to actively stealth, you're taking your actions, right? You're kind of moving in that pace to do so in a way. Right? In a way. For this scenario, because you are in concealment, you are in with pass without trace, you could take a dodge and your stealth would be the same as what you rolled. That's how much cover and fog and everything's around you. I say that because I can't tell you how the creature's perceiving you. I can't tell you if it's getting a different check or whatever. All I can say is that if you dodge for your character and your condition, you know that if you kind of preemptively begin to look for things to get out of the way of, it's not going to break your stealth.
Yeah, I didn't know if that counted as a combat action or not. Follow-up question: why do I not see the dodge thing? Who the heck is it?
There is no dodge button. Just say that you're dodging.
Oh.
That's not on this hut.
Damn it. So I'm
And for that-
dodging, and I'm also thinking of moving forward. I guess just under the tree here. I'm trying to get up to where Felix and everybody is. See if I can find a clear shot
Okay.
at our nefarious guy.
All right, so you kind of begin to run up, and that's when you are able to see some hulking figure directly 20, maybe 15 feet in front of you, holding a chain. It's turning in the northern direction. Then you also begin to see the backdrop of the tree itself hulking up directly in front of you. Again, in that same distance, a little bit off-center to the left.
And that'll be that.
Right, Regmore is up. Now, honestly, Regmore, typical fashion, would probably just run up and be like, "Hi, friends!" But you know what? Am I wrong? I'm not wrong here, right?
Nah,
Alright.
nothing's
Yeah.
wrong.
Did I just choke on my drink? Yes.
Yeah. So Regmore is going to stay with the group here that Othal and Costas are making. That was what they designated as far as the party is concerned. It's going to clean them to. They begin to hear the sounds of what it is, and honestly, what Regmore would probably do at this point would be whispering to Othala. Do you both hear something? And just kind of like go through that of process of perceptions and being able to see, still maintaining their stealth. And then I'm going to have them roll just a perception check based on their action. That's what I imagine they would do here. And they do not see or really hear anything too conclusive. They're just getting themselves ready at the backdrop with you three, ending their turn. We now come to the tree. The tree leaning down begins to speak, now in common as well, Felix.
Are they speaking in common, or am I just hearing them? Understand?
No, they're speaking in common. So the tree is now speaking in common. I haven't heard, and then turns to tree speech. My language in a long time. Osworth, is that you? Begins to turn its body in the direction of the voice of yours and just starts to try to look towards the ground. Ends turn. Now come to the top of round 2. Thal, you're up.
Okay, question. Were they speaking in any way primordial? Would I be able to understand that? Just to know what Felix was saying.
What do you mean? Like, if you spoke primordial, would Felix understand you? Is that what you're asking me?
So was he speaking a form of primordial, like
No.
to speak to the tree?
Nope.
Okay. All right. But I heard the tree speak.
Correct. Sounded like just a bunch of groans and moans. Like a whale.
All right. I say we try to move a little closer if we can. Reg, there's something in the tree, and there's a few things in front of us. We should be careful. They're looking like they're moving a different direction. And I'm gonna try to get to the bush by Joe and just hit bushes as I walk away.
Okay.
And I'm actually gonna dash and try to make it down towards Thea.
Okay. So you're just full on dashing at this point.
Yeah, I'm full on dashing, trying to make it all the way over there. Well,
Okay.
I have to watch Costas actually, so I'm just gonna stay here and do a dodge action.
Okay. So you're
I
gonna
have to watch Costas.
Okay, so you kind of go by Dirty Joe here, and then you're taking the dodge.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Thea, you're up next.
I think based on everything that's been going on, I'm still kind of in the same position I was before. I know, has the thing in the tree moved at all, or it still sounds like it's right there?
It's gone completely silent.
But
Can't hear
I
anything.
heard where it was from it was coming from, and I didn't see the tree move or make any noise, correct?
Not anymore. Yeah, it's all silent.
Okay. And I didn't understand a thing that Felix was talking about to these guys.
No. Except for the return of a common voice in common from something underneath the tree.
Okay. I think I'm gonna stay where I am and still be perceiving for any aggressive actions
Okay.
because I don't want to inadvertently start something when I know Felix is right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will take the second hit if something tries to hit him.
Okay.
Or
So you
my
basically say
friends.
if I see anything, hear anything, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna launch a shot. Generally.
If something tries to hurt my friends, I will shoot it.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then end my turn.
All right, Felix.
Bonus action disengage with nimble escape.
Okay.
Walk out about here. Oh, quick! We gotta go to the north. There's a bunch of paladins ready to flank us. They're gonna take us out before we get to the front lines.
Okay.
I can use my action to try to deceive people.
Go ahead. Roll it. $20. Okay. All right. Anything else in your turn?
No, enter.
Okay. Baby's fling it off. I love it. All right, Costas.
Okay.
What are we
right
doing?
now, I'm still under the effect of my stealth from before the initiative, right? So
Correct.
my stealth roll. So it's no different than if I were doing a hide would not change anything.
Doing a stealth roll wouldn't change anything because you have no information to go off of that the creature has detected you, besides what Othala may have told you on the way. So if you feel like, hey, they told me something, I'm going to roll another stealth check to try to get outside of the perception of something that detected me, I'm all game.
You know what? I'll do it. Yeah. Did Othala
Sweet.
actually tell me anything very clearly about the creature like noticing me, or did it go blank? I'm asking. this to-
I'll let you retcon if you want. It's up to you.
There's a
What is
bat
it?
staring right at you. It's about at lunch.
Okay, so he would. Okay, then yeah. If he would have told me, then I'll roll. If
Yep.
he generally thinks he wants to told me, then I.
Take your action to hide. Go ahead and roll your stealth check.
Stealth.
32. I'd imagine you would try to move a little bit here to make it pretty
Yeah,
relevant.
I
Maybe get
can still
behind the
move for
tree.
all hidden action, right? Like,
Yeah, basically what you're doing is you're moving and then you're kind of ducking down, or you're being stealthy while you're moving and ducking down. Right? You're doing
okay, then
something.
yeah, I'm
to...
gonna stick with Othala then. So yeah, he's got the like see invisibility and everything.
Okay.
And end turn there.
Okay. Ending turn.
So I still can't see Felix, right?
That is correct.
I know roughly where that shrieking was gonna come from. I'm just gonna keep pushing.
It's not your
forward
turn.
for now. Is it not?
It's not your
Oh
turn.
shit! Sorry.
The clicks continue from the same tree space. And as they continue, Thala, you can see the creature flutter 10 feet above the air, pick up a little bit, then drop back down and grab itself into the tree with a large crash. That noise now transfers, and everyone is able to perceive that. as it crashes into the tree, and then clicks as it does. It continues to look around, just clicking into the air. And ends the turn. Now coming to the armored figure underneath the tree. As you are seeing here, Felix, is that the creatures that are holding the chains, you can hear them moving and grumble as they are turning in a direction now, marching in the northern direction, it seems. It seems that they're doing that. And the armored figure now walks slowly up to you. Dense and intense fog. Looks at you and stares. It then raises its axe into the air. As it raises its axe into the air, it swings. The 15, the first strike coming through, misses as you dive out of the way of it. Then goes in for a second strike with the axe. A 12 is going to miss as well as you dodge back and forth, coming through and swing the axe as to come back and forth, one upright. Then turns and looks into the direction of the tree. Looks back to you and ends its turn. Dirty Joe, what you're seeing is essentially the next up. So once you see the tan circle underneath your token, that means you're up next. When it's a blue circle underneath your token, that means it's your turn.
Okay.
Dirty Joe, you're up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on trying to sneak forward at this point. This guy's right in front of me. I don't see the bat popping out at anyone. So how far ahead can I move before the people behind me are no longer in stealth? Is there like a radius limit for that?
The pass without trace is a limit here. I leave it on for the sake of not turning it off because I don't want players to know maybe how far away they are, whatnot. I will discount the 10 when it's necessary. If anybody goes with 30 feet from you, right? If they're outside 30 feet from you, they lose pass without trace. So Felix and they don't have pass without trace anymore, but they are under the interpretation that they still do, based on perceptions of dark vision and concealment. So I leave the effect on because they don't know where you are.
Gotcha. So like I know that Reg is still pretty far back behind me, so I can't really move that far forward here. Damn, I guess I'll just it's like 25 feet. Just move over here a little bit so I'm not right up next to Costas. Is that still 30 feet away? 35, damn it. Yeah, I can't really do anything unless everything else kicks off. I'm trying to keep everybody else hidden. So, I guess I'll just hang out here and hold action.
What are you holding?
I'm still dodging. I guess an attack. There's nothing else I can think to do. It's like,
your dodge is as soon as it's the end of your turn, your dodge is over. So
oh, is that how that works?
yeah, you can't. You have to continuously do a dodge, right?
I will
So
continue to do a dodge then.
okay, we can definitely do that. All right, so Regmore is going to hear the sounds of the shaking of the tree and is then going to kind of scuttle and move themselves in the direction of here. They then are going to look. I'm browsing through some of their spells here. They then are going to dodge as well. So they don't actually have any spells that they could cast without breaking their stealth. So they as well are going to dodge after moving their amount of feet. And they're continuing to kind of cling near you, Dirty Joe, and looking up in the direction of that. And just kind of being prepared for stuff to happen. Anything to happen. And that's going to be the end of their turn. Now come to the tree. It's a tree. Lumbers and looks downwards now. It's looking down as the chains begin to pull. The tree is pulled as well. These creatures begin to move 30 feet in the northern direction. Where are we? In tree speech. Where are we going? I thought we were reaching Loomthoth. Begins to mutter to themselves as if they interpreted they would be taken to perhaps a place of something. Who knows? As they're just lumbering slowly as the chains drag them, they are moving this creature away. And I'm going to go ahead and shift the token positions here relevant to where the chain carriers would be, because they actually move faster than the tree, just FYI. And that is the end of the tree's turn. Thal, you're up in round 3.
Okay. I'm gonna signal to everyone to keep moving forward. And I'm gonna try to make it to the next tree.
Yep.
Again, I'm gonna go with the dodge action. And just
Okay.
keep moving short distances. And that's the end of my turn.
All right. End it. All right, Thea. Nothing has
get used to
happened.
it.
Holding your bow. Yeah, you
All
get
right.
used to it. Holding your bow. Nothing. You can't
Yeah.
see anything. You don't know.
I-
You have no idea of what's happening. You only hear the sounds of a tree and the chains moving and the clicks of the creature, which showcases the template. But you actually did not hear the sounds of attacks upon Felix. So there's nothing
Okay.
to fire at.
I know that the big thing flew away. I heard it land on the other tree. I would perceive that it's generally in the area that it is now.
Correct. That is where the sound is emanating from, roughly, which is why I carried the template over.
Okay. And I'm gonna move to kind of get a better, I guess, view. But 25 or 30 feet.
You moved. I believe
I
you
think
went
that's
30.
30. Yeah.
Let's see real quick.
Okay.
You've gone 35 feet to get to there.
Here?
Yep, that's 35 from your original position.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Okay, you're right. And I will bonus action dash to get under this tree directly in front of me.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Can I see Felix even through the fog?
You have the bare bones of shadows with the backdrop of the shackling chains and the hulking figures. You
Okay.
cannot make out which or what the two figures are to your top right. You have no idea. But based on the
Okay.
size comparison, you've seen Felix before. You might be able to make out that one of them is not as, well, it's Felix size.
Yeah. And I can generally, I would say Othal is like 15, 20 feet from me, so I could probably see him a little bit better.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm gonna do the same thing again. I'm holding my action for if any aggressive things take place.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then I will end my turn.
All right, Felix.
Whoa, buddy! Well, I don't know what you're so aggressive about. I'm just trying to talk. I'm gonna bonus action, disengage, then back up about 15 feet. And then I just use my action to continue to try to distract this guy and try to keep his attention on me, get him to walk towards me a little bit.
Okay.
Like, but man, I know I'm attractive and all, but you know, you got to at least take me out for dinner first.
Okay.
And on my turn.
Okay. All right, Costas, you're up next.
So I'm definitely gonna go forward a bit. Maybe not as quite as far as Othala, but like I want to stay kind of close to Joe. But yeah, that's good. Also, could I apply a holy water to my sword without breaking stealth? Like would
I can't answer that one for you. All I can tell you is that it makes noise, cracking. I mean, you're making noise and you're putting it on the weapon, so.
What kind of
And
noise does it
also-
make again? I didn't hear that.
Does that?
Just one more time.
Do we get that? Is that coming through? It's my water noise. You're welcome. Also, you know, as far as the use of, it's not a grease, it's not an oil,
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah, it
water.
didn't fall right off. I
so it's gonna
figured
fall
it was-
right off your blade. There's not gonna be much purpose to that.
Okay, then yeah, I will go here, and I'm going to hold action, the help action, for if anyone gets close to me. Like if someone gets close to me, like that's one of my not enemy. Like if like a member of the party gets close to me, I give them the help action.
Okay, you're gonna hold to help them in what though? Just
Just if-
anything?
I'll help them with anything if they're close enough that I can help them. That's the.
Okay, I'm gonna take it. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll come to what it is you're trying to help them with, even if you can or not. So I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come.
You're gonna take it.
Costas holds the hands up.
He's looking around like so. He's looking around like a doctor's assistant or something. Just like, what do you need? What do you need?
So, Othala, as you're looking in the direction, dodging and preparing, you're looking at the creature that you can see. And the creature sees you. Snaps its head, a little series of clicks. Then looks. As it does, it just slowly glides, making a little bit of a bramble shake in the tree. Lands, gripping itself onto the branches. Just locks and stares at you. Ending turn. Moving the template, noting sound very briefly. Felix, as you're goading character, the character then stops its attacks, pulls back its axe, raises the axe upright. As it raises the axe upright, it lets out a series of shrieks. It's to wave it back and forth. Back and forth. It then turns in the direction of the tree. It's back up. The ones with the chains, responding to the shrieks, turn into the right direction. They then take the axe into the tree with a large thunk. And in a moment, you can see that the tree takes it and begins to shake wildly and contort and move. And the splintering and the sound of bark tearing, it pops and spits and explosions out of its flesh. The shrapnel hitting all of you and these little tiny spikes of the bark as it comes kind of exploding outwards. As that happens, the tree, the token is going to change. Oh, I didn't do it. Work for me. Sometimes it does it. I gotta do it sometimes twice for some reason. 1 second. Pulling away from tokenizer. You better do it. Change. You know you can. Yes. There we go. It's not holding a mallet. It's not holding a thing, but it's changing in that the bark itself is becoming black and it begins to dribble this liquid around it. And the sizzling of the ground, as if it's acid destroying the ground around it, begins to erupt. The chains are then let go. And as the chains are let go, pulls the axe out and points in the direction of east. The tree begins to move of its own accord. Ending turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, so I saw the tree going back towards the fort. Is that what I heard?
The only thing that you can see and hear in your position is the sounds of the popping and the scorching and the bark around you as you're looking around, noticing that something has happened to the tree. And then you heard the sounds of chains dropping. The only person who can see visibly with their range of dark vision as well as with the concealment is Felix. Thea, you have an idea with your range here. You have an idea of what you're seeing, that they've turned now again, and what has happened in front of you with one figure that Felix was next to, which you imagine is Felix, right? So again, we have to really go in character here because we have no sight lines, right? We're pretty much blind. So Bathala, you can see that as well. You have an idea that something has happened to the tree, and then you also heard the chains. You can see them moving in position. But again, this is all happening in real time. Dirty Joe, it just happens to be that you're just too far away to really see anything. You can hear the sounds from something in the tree just north of you move a little bit, which is where that template is now coming through, and then silent, nothing. Regmore is next to you.
Okay. If I grab Reg and just like, God, let's go, and I try to dash with him in tow, would we be able to make like an extra 10, 15 feet or so? Because I don't want to leave him behind, but like knowing that stuff's kicking off somehow, I'm trying to get us all moving forward as fast as we can.
Yeah, if you're gonna dash, Regmore's gonna dash along with you. I'm not gonna. You don't need to. You can hold the hand and just say that we're doing this together. That's fine.
Yeah, okay. So
Okay.
I'm gonna do that, and I'm just gonna go straight ahead here, kind of right past Costas, going up towards where I hear all that noise. Off we go.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it, man.
Okay. So Regmore is going to follow you, but after a moment, he is going to lose your hand. Regmore does not move as fast as you. So as you dash, it kind of breaks the hand, but you're definitely getting them in a kind of a pull direction along with the rest of them. Continuing past without trace. Some of you, though, don't have it anymore, but I'm leaving the effect on, so you don't know based on. But now, Thea, you can see your party to your left kind of running in the eastern direction. They seem much more aware. Dirty Joe, you're now close. You can see that the tree has shifted its projectile, its movement. It seemed to be going north, and now it's going east. The chains have dropped from some of the figures. You're seeing all of that, and you can also see some smaller, a medium-sized humanoid right at the base of the tree, now turning and looking at all of you. That's going to be the end, unfortunately, of Regmore's turn. The tree is then going to move, and it is going to take a dash as it moves up to 60 feet here, rushing the ground as it's moving now quickly. For a tree, it's just destroying everything it's passed. Trees are toppling down, crushing onto the earth, and everything as it is now facing the eastern direction. It is just running off the map, headed for Fort Farron. Bathala, you are next to the top of round 4.
The only thing I really have sights on is the back, correct?
So what you have sights on in your current position is you can see the creature right in the tree, the shadows and the things. You can see that there's other hulking figures in respective positions, right? Of here, right, and then the other side. There's a medium-sized humanoid. You can see all those things, but again, they're concealed, so you have no visceral. Like they could be a little bit to the left, a little bit. They could be a little bit to the right. So technically, attack rolls, right? We're getting into like disadvantage, cover territory, things like that. So you do know though that the tree has now moved much faster than you've heard before or saw with the shadows and was like cleared massive space uprooting the earth.
All right. I'm gonna try to move up 30 feet towards the tree. Seen that it changed, and I'm gonna try to vortex warp it. And I'm going to push it 90 feet back towards my left.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and target the tree and throw out your vortex warp. All right. 16 con save. The tree is going to fail. It is going to go to a point that you can see roughly 90 feet from you. So let me measure. And based on sight lens, I'm just going to say you're just kind of aiming for a point.
Yeah, just aiming like in a northwest direction type thing.
It appears. See the shadows. It's moving pretty massive distance as far as it popping up into space.
And then I'm just gonna look back at everybody with a face like we should start. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay, end of your turn. Go and end it. All right, there. See you, Thala. All of a sudden, big giant shadow tree. Large of crashing, rumbling of the earth.
And he's turning around and giving everybody like the "it's now" face. Okay. I would like to bonus action insightful fighting against this figure that Felix was talking to.
Okay.
Um,
All right. Go ahead and roll.
Insight. Fuck.
16 does
take
not
my 8.
beat a natural 20.
I was gonna say.
Makes a lot of sense.
Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, not much to
I'm
read
gonna-
here. You're squinting. You try to size it up.
Yeah. I'm just gonna try to shoot at it.
All right. Hold on. Control. Actually, hold on. Let me see what the creature.
Technically, I have advantage because I'm invisible. So would that
Yeah,
just
you
eliminate?
gotta. Let me take a look real quick. I need to see based on where the tree's at.
Mhm.
Okay. It's gonna cancel out, so roll it flat.
Straight roll.
Yep.
Okay. So short bow, where are you? Where is my short bow?
It should be there now.
Okay. Looks like it used to be there.
Yeah.
All right. Short bow.
All right. Take the first roll on the die. I'm going to end the invisibility. I'm going to take the highest roll because it's the first roll there. So 23, 7 points of piercing damage as the arrow lands into the figure. As you can see, they take it back just a little bit. As far as sneak attack is concerned, this creature, I'm going to have you provide it based on the fact that the creature could not see you in your stealth condition, also was not aware of your presence upon the arrow being launched. So go ahead and attack on sneak attack. All right, 13 additional. Okay.
And then I'm gonna move. I have the ruler still on. I'm gonna move like here, just out of the way. Get a better visual. And then in my
Okay.
turn.
All right, go ahead. All right, Felix, you're up next.
Right? Hey, buddy. You need to really chill out. I'm going to use a bonus action unsettling words on the Axeman.
Okay.
Okay, he subtracts 2 from the next saving throw he makes.
Okay.
And I will throw out a fairy fire.
Okay.
Here.
All right, so the hulking creature is going to fail. The other one, which is armored, is going to succeed even with a -2, so they do not have the fear of fire applied. So one of them's kind of lit, and that is giving off light. So Costas, you're looking, going, woo, right? Can't see anything now. You're like, boom! I see something in there, giving off light, and that's creating that effect through the fog.
And then I will just back up. Out there. It's good. Enter.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
Costas, you're up.
So Costas, seeing enemies that have been hit with the Fury Fire, is just gonna rush in that direction, 30 feet to there. Does he see the Axeman? Or, like,
Not with
move
your dark
access?
vision. Nope.
Okay.
Your dark vision is, I have you up to 10 feet. Normally it's 0. So still not there in your dark vision. If you were given the 10 feet, you still can't see anything. You only see the light and what the light is giving off. And you can maybe see something in between both your vision and the light source. I'll give you that, but I can't give you anything else.
Okay. In that case, does casting a spell on myself break my hidden stealth?
Depends what spell it is and what components are relevant to that.
Shield of Faith.
That is most likely going to break your stealth. You could try to use your action to hide again, stealth, if you didn't dash, right?
Yeah, I didn't dash.
So you could technically use your bonus action to throw on the shield and then try to dive into the bushes.
You know what? No, it's a bonus action. In that case, yeah, in that case, he's gonna wait here. If he dashes, he'll be in range, but he won't actually be able to do anything. So just gonna take the dodge action and wait there.
Okay, take the dodge action and waiting there. All right. All right. So the end of your turn here, Costas. You can see the creature flutter down 20 feet. As it does, it lands upon the ground. On landing on the ground, it then opens up its mouth as the ground around becomes ice cold, and sprouting from its mouth is a cone of cold. As it does, it is emanated from its position and directly turns its perfect as the cone blasts by the armored figure, crusting through the air.
chronal shifting Joe's save for him to try to
I have a-
succeed again.
Do I get any kind of cover from being behind this tree?
We're going to get into it. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay.
Everyone take a
Just
deep... It's like the first combat thing we've done. I mean, we've had 2 axe swings, but we're like round 4 in combat, okay? We're just... Take a deep breath. Get some breaths in. Everything's going to be okay. All right. So we have a chronal shift coming out. That's on Dirty Joe. Okay, so Dirty Joe, I need you to make another Constitution saving throw. Okay. It's 24 on the reroll. All right. I'm going to run through. So Costas, I have you to 14.
Yes.
Okay, that is going to be a failure. Take 28 points of cold damage as you are hit by the cone of cold, and it begins to freeze your skin, bashing you and blasting in this frigid ice. Othala, it does not matter what you throw, you are immune to cold damage. As the white draconic scales begin to form upon your flesh, blunting the base of this cone of cold. We now come to Dirty Joe. Dirty Joe, you with a 24 are going to succeed. And doing so means you're going to half this damage. 28 points divided by 2 is going to be 14 in total given to you. Now, you are technically, not only are you covered by the tree, but also you're given cover by Dirty Joe, who's kind of in the path of the cone here. That in itself is not actually going to create an effect with the cone. It's going to hit into Dirty Joe and the tree, and it's going to spread outwards with the ice shards and the effect. So
Okay.
there's not a saving throw that you have to be made. The same would be applied to Felix, as that tree was not in the path of the tree int. So that tree is technically still there. We have not actually gotten to that yet. So that was kind of moved a little bit to the left of that tree. I've been tracking the tree positions on the map, making note of them. Now, as the creature has blasted that, all you see is the effect of the cone, and it is still invisible. Its invisibility has not ended. You all understand that the source, with those who have the dark vision, can see that the source is relevant to that template, but other than that, you have nothing else to go off of. Then, without any sort of movement or noise, any sort of noise at all, the creature then picks itself up and begins to fly. It is now 20 feet in the air. That is how quickly that creature moves and can attack. Nothal, you can see, tracking it, but there is nothing to perceive, as when the creature pulled its wings out and began to flutter away, there is no motion or movement of the air, nothing. It is only when the creature physically interacts with an object, it seems, that actually was making noise, and the screeching, clicking, I should say, that it was doing. So to everyone, no idea. The armored figure sees Costas, turns in the direction, raises the hand outwards towards, and begins to invoke a spell. Setting outwards and invokes with its other hand, letting go of the great axe as it begins to enchant with the verbal component, speaking a old elvish language. It then throws its hand in the direction as the pestilence sprouts, surrounding Costas and biting and nipping and eating at Costas. Costas, you have failed your saving throw with a 9. Costas, you take a total of 41 points of necrotic damage as it's eating you alive. The language that this individual has spoken is Sylvan to cast this spell. And this is a natural magic casting of the Blight, it seems, as they invoked the very fabric of nature to cast it. The lighting of the fairy fire now kind of broadening up right. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Well, it's game time. We're under attack. I just saw it cast some kind of wizardly mumbo jumbo at my boy Costas, so at this point I'm just gonna start letting arrows fly. Where did my Slayer's Prey go? There we go. Beep. Was targeted, right? Yeah. And longbow.
All right. So the 28 is going to flutter and fly. I'm allowing straight attack rolls based on the Fairy Fire Light, kind of putting a little bit of a backdrop onto the tokens. The 28 is going to be successful. 14 points of piercing damage is dealt. Mark Slayer's Prey prior to you go for the roll. No worries there. Go ahead and attack on the Slayer's Prey. You have to manually roll that die for me. And I believe it is a D6. I always forget. Prey versus Hunter's Mark.
Is it a D6?
They're
D6,
both
yep.
D6s. Yeah.
Yeah. I always think one's like a D8, but
No, they're
Alright.
both D6s.
yeah. Gotcha. Okay. So a total of 15 and then 5, so that's 19 points of damage. So you mark the target, land arrow, center chest.
And then second longbow attack.
Okay.
Oof.
Fire it off, 15. Trying to look through the fog, fire it off too far over the left shoulder as it lands in the backdrop.
No, all that blight thing that he just cast. Does it look like the ground around Costas is like diseased, or is it going to be encumbering in any way if I walk over to it?
Nothing that would tell you that the effect is lasting.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna move over to Costas so that I can help him out next time if need be. And in turn.
Ending turn, we now come to Regmore. Well, Regmore, in very stereotypical fashion, is probably going to sit themselves there, and now we're going to have a conjuration of animals. It's going to be right up there. So I'll put just the concentration-like effect. And you know what? What would Regmore? I see so many things in the summons there. I'm probably going to say it's bears, right? Is that very stereotypical bears? We had the snakes though. Would he go back to the snakes now that we're out in the open?
He did
I
take
think
out this like a
so.
huge hit right there.
Yeah.
He says bears.
No, he did. So would he heal and then shape? I think so. So you can see Costas taking the huge hit. Let me see what we got paired. Just real quick going through again. He doesn't have a whole lot of healing available. We got a healing
Red
word.
is saying polar bears.
Yeah, Red's saying polar bears.
Oh wait, Red's watching?
He's watching.
Bears, polar bears. That's right. So you want to conjure animals, you want bears, and then you want to shape into a polar bear. Yes or no on Discord?
Conjure elements for the fire dwarves.
Conjure elementals for the fire dwarfs. If we were conjure elementals, is what you're saying. Do you want me
That's
to
what
do
he
the
said.
elementals?
Michael does run the game. He chose not to be here.
Okay, all right. I just want to know. It's kind of curious. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to get the wild shape at least on here. I can do the list afterwards. I heard polar bear. I know the wild shape is to polar bear. All right. We
Yeah,
charge.
conjure elementals. Fire.
That's what he said.
Yeah, fire doors, something.
Oh, an Azer? Is that what we're saying? He does realize that if loses that spell, those things are just going to run rampant, right?
I'm pretty sure he knows.
Okay. All right. Make sure the tokens are configured here. All right, so can one elemental of challenge rating 2 or lower? So there's one of these fiery dwarf creatures. Okay, I can play via stream. All right, okay. So we have one of the Fire 8 dwarf creatures that are coming out with the Conjure Minor Elementals pointing in the range in the visible light, so it sprouts at the back end. The creature is going to be friendly to companions. It's going to roll its own initiative, and it's going to obey. And the elemental summoned will disappear when it drops to 0 points or when the spell ends. So the minor elementals will disappear upon the ending of concentration, it looks like. So that's good. All right, now I got to look at the heated body. I think there's some illumination as well. 10 and 10. There's going to be additional light, and I'm going to put it on. I think it's 20 of dim and then 10 of bright is what they're illuminating outwards. So I'll put a light on to their token here because they are illuminated as they come out. They have a heated body as well as they sprout in space. That's going to create an effect around them. They have Warhammer and a shield, and they are legit on fire. Now, it's an action to throw off the conjuration. It is the bonus here to get the wild shape off, and then they're spending the movement of their space to charge up to the armored figure and form some separation between Costas and the armored figure, and then having the flank off with the dwarf of the backdrop. That's going to be the end of their turn. All right. Honestly, Red, if that's not what you want to do, I feel like that's well. There you go. I got it. Sure enough. Okay. Tree creature is not going to care at all that it was warped. It is literally on a path where it is going to continue now in a dash, 60 feet, trudging over the battlefield, continuing in the eastern direction. Had no care at all that you warped it. We're now going to end the turn, and the creatures that drop the chains now snap in to where all of you are, and as they begin, they are taking their actions to dash, and they are running fast. As they do, they can encompass 80 feet in their dashes as they're trudging forward. Remember, they have no weapons. They also don't have any shields, even though the token states that, but they also are armored. So that is causing a little bit of a problem here. This one is going to run, come into the visible light, stare up at the light for a brief moment, and then turn in the direction of the armored figure, ending. The other one is going to make way and begin to fill in space, turning in the direction of you lot. Now we come to the one that is alit. This one is going to see the one on fire and is going to go in for 2 swings with its meaty fist. First strike coming through. 21 is going to hit. That's going to deal a total of 16 points of bludgeoning damage to the creature. It is then going to come in for a second meaty strike with its fist clubbing downwards. It's going to hit. That deals a total of 13 points of damage to the elemental figure. Now, seeing the strike now in the light, this creature is not just undead, but seems to be also supernaturally strong because it's crushing into the ground with its fist, caring not that it's being burned for 2d10 worth of fire damage here, courtesy of being attacking this creature within the 5 feet of space. Takes 14 points of fire damage, and then is going to end its turn after taking the 2 strikes. We now come to the top of round 5. Othala, you're up.
I do something pretty cool. Trying to. I think I'm gonna cast Sickening Radiance on the area in front of me.
Okay. Go ahead, throw down the template. It's probably going to roll stuff. I believe we still have the damage associated with Sickening Radiance, but just get the template down so I know where you're going to have the epicenter of light. And then we'll go from there for the first time, or starts its turn there.
As I cast it, I'm gonna tell Reg to move, to try to move his elemental back. I'm just gonna yell it.
Okay. So it looks like it wants to put a really cool cloud up. That's nice. No worries. I'm going to make the light a little bit brighter, I think. Let me see. It should also give some dim light out for Costas, I'd imagine. So let me make sure. Get some light source onto that.
And the last thing Athala would say is try to push them into that cloud if you can. And that'll be she's gonna move back a little bit, try to keep an eye on the bat and turn.
Okay. I think it's greenish light spreads in a 30 feet radius sphere. Center point is used in range. Light spreads around corners and lasts until the spell ends. Moves. And then the creatures will emit light as well. Okay. Does not specify dim or bright.
Dim greenish light at the top.
Yep. Yeah. Gotcha. I just saw that.
Yeah, it's just 5 foot radius. Makes it impossible for invisibility. And it didn't roll damage. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's gonna. Well, it's not gonna do anything quite yet. It's when they start their turn or first time that they're in there. So we have to come around to their turns, and then we'll come to the saves and things for them. Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Does that make sense? Okay. So I think I have the light.
I was just reading the spell
source.
because it said on a turn compared to its turn. I don't know. That's why I was reading it, but I got you.
Yeah, so the Sickening Radiance is like you're spawning this kind of fog cloud of like a gaseous type mixture in the space. And when that kind of erupts outwards, it's going to create dim light. That is this greenish light, and it's going to go in a 30 feet, which encompasses the template, right? Encompasses the whole space. Then when a creature, right, first time on its turn, right, or starts its turn there, it's then going to make a save. This is almost identical to like Moonbeam in a way, right? So, and that's going to go through the saves and the rolls at that point, okay? I just want to make sure we had the light source accurate where you were landing it, because I want to make sure that's relevant.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Got it.
Anything else on your turn?
Negative. Enter.
Okay. Yeah, you're up next.
Okay. I am going to stow the short bow and charge Axeman.
Okay.
And I will do 2 short sword attacks against him.
Okay. All right, so 21 for the first strike is going to land as you stab into the left quadricep, 11 points of piercing damage. Attack on sneak. 10 points of sneak damage dealt.
Okay, second attack.
Okay. 19 is not going to land, so take the great axe to your blade, heading into the point of the blade on the end, and they kind of hit the sword into the ground, picking the axe back up.
Okay. And end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Now come to Felix.
Oh, gonna once again move up, drop concentration on Fairy Fire. Will bonus action target the axe guy again and make another unsettling words.
Okay.
He subtracts 6 from his next saving throw.
Okay.
And then I'm going to throw out a hypnotic pattern. So I'll throw what looks like dust into the sky above. It starts to shimmer. And hopefully stun some of these fools. Oh no. Okay. It's fine. I'll just do it this side. Tree is in the Sickening Radiance.
Okay, your DC is 15. The creature is going to succeed with a 24 minus 6 to the 24 is what they got. So 18 is still going to be the DC of 15. So they're not in the Hemlock pattern, but the two creatures that are large and hulking there, they are caught into the Hemlock pattern, falling into the charm-like state and condition, as well as the other one, the elemental that is small there, as they kind of fall into that. And there's also incapacitation in addition to that, as well as the charm.
And I'll just shout out, don't hit the ones in the back. And then move back another 5 feet. I'm a turn.
Okay. All right, Costas, you are absolutely hit with an onslaught of things here. You are bleeding, you're cold and frigid. Two hulking figures are coming up at your backside now. Are lumbering, coming towards you. It's not looking pretty.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna lay on hands myself for the full 40.
Okay.
So, like, hugging himself, Costas begins to glow a bit and heal.
All right, putting 40 to you. So you heal some of the
And-
wounds.
Then, shield the face.
What a hug. All right, and then you are going to put Shield of Faith on yourself. Okay.
Alright, I need to select myself with that.
All right, putting Shield of Faith, being glow a little bit, chanting in Celestial, right? Invoking your deity of lore, blessing you with strength and protection.
Okay. Now that's all I have for my turn, but I do have one question, which is kind of just general how you roll stealth question, or can that wait for later?
What are you talking about stealth-wise? How you
Did it
roll
take
stealth?
damage from my stealth, or was it because I was within, like, close to the enemy? So,
Oh, you took damage because you were perceived.
no, but oh,
By-
okay, but like, doesn't matter.
So you took a blight spell. The creature that was armored had perceived you, and then the other creature that launched the Code of Cold, you just happened to be in the area of effect.
Okay, so the creature in the armor must just have. Okay, got it.
So I can't tell you when you lose your passo trace. Just letting you know that as soon as you go 30 feet away, I mark that. In addition, how the creature perceives might be different than you expect.
Fair point. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was just really surprised. Okay.
You're good.
I'd like to know if there was like some rule I didn't know about. But okay, enter them.
Okay.
Why can't I be a stealthy paladin?
I'm heavily armored. Come on.
I mean, I rolled really high on that stealth check. I was really hoping to use it.
Othala, you see the creature flutter down. As it does, it lands right at your backdrop. It then perches itself around a tree, and telepathically it reaches into your mind. Do you see me? And then it slowly begins to pull itself to grapple you. I need you to make an opposing acrobatics or athletics check. Okay. With a 5, you have failed. As such, you are grappled by this creature as it wraps you up. It then grabs you, and as you're grappled into the clutches, you also become invisible. Wraps you into its talons, encroaching you into its shadowy aura, this energy vibrating around it. Now you, even without your seeing visibility, you can see it. And it's not a bat, but it looks like a bat, and it's just phasing in and out of reality with a black shroud as it wraps you up. It then is going to take its remainder of its movement speed and fly straight up into the air, passing through the trees as it does so, taking you in a vertical escape. So it's kind of pitching itself through the tree. It's going to fly upright. Ending turn. All right, well, we have this creature who's incapacitated and also charmed. There's nothing this creature can do, I don't believe. I think it has a heated body. It's only if something touches or hits it, so there's not really anything else. But it gives off some light, so you know what? It's useful in that regard. All right, ending turn. Armored figure now kind of hit. They are bleeding, and in fact, red blood pouring from their wounds, also lit by multiple different points. So looking back onto your effect here, I'm not going to apply the Sickening Radiance because your template for Sickening Radiance is primarily on the 2 hulking figures and the tree. The Sickening Radiance technically is in range of the elemental, and you're being picked up in flight. So I'm trying to think about. I think I'd have to apply it because it's totally across the board what's going to happen to it, which sucks, right? If you're watching this, your conjuration is literally getting destroyed. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll a con save off of the elemental here, real quick. And then as I roll the con save, I need you to roll damage from the Sickening Radiance, Othala. That's going to be a total of 40-10, I believe. Okay. 21. They have failed, and as such, they take all that points of radiance, and they are dead. They disappear as they poof out of existence and explode. A fiery little crash. Polar bear is no longer concentrating. Okay. Now, the armored figure is just outside of that Sickening Radiance. That's what I was starting to say. Your focus of that template seemed to be on the tree itself. So the armored figure bleeding from its wounds with the reddish blood, it then is going to kind of look in the direction of the 2 at the back and just almost taking its head on a swivel for a brief moment. And then it's going to raise its axe and go in for 2 strikes. One towards there. As it swings down, 22 is going to hit you. As the axe skims upon your shoulder and you're trying to narrowly get out of the way of it, kind of cuts into your bicep and your arm and then slides down. And this incorporeal blackness begins to bubbling from the axe. Now you can see it. It now shed onto your wound, forming like a lesion. And as such, you are saving from that. And the lesion kind of lumps off like some sort of parasite of some kind. You do take damage here. In fact, a decent amount that is dealt. 17 total points of slashing and necrotic damage is dealt to you.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay, I can do that. So 8 taking your reaction. So I'm going to assign 8 points of damage to you. It then is going to take its second strike here and swing in the direction of the polar bear, and that is going to hit Regmore here with a 19. And the polar bear is going to take 12 points of slashing and necrotic. And the polar bear is going to fail to this condition. And I'm going to just loosely place a poisoned as the start of a lesion that's formed on its left leg. This creature slaps its great axe in. That's then going to be the end of the creature's turn.
I think Regmore has advantage. What type of dwarf is he?
Has poison against. Let me recheck here because I don't think qualifies.
I'm not sure what type of dwarf he is.
Oh, he's a hill dwarf.
Yes, that's advantage
Right.
on against poison condition, I think. On same dwarves.
Okay. So it's not the poisoned condition per se, but I'm going to give it to it. It's the start of the poison condition, so I'll roll another one. $13 again, which is going to be a fail, so even with the advantage. It's not necessarily, it's going to be the start of the poison condition, and then it leads into other things. So I'm going to go ahead and say that get the advantage because that's the start of it, right? That's how it's kind of presenting. So that totally makes sense. So Dirty Joe, you're going to be it next.
Okay, seeing the situation rapidly deteriorating, I am just going to try to take this guy out as fast as possible. So I'm turning sharpshooter on. Just yelling out, all right, look at the Buck Wilder, don't fail me now. Gonna try to attack. Ooh.
Okay.
Time to burn some luckies.
So remember that you are in melee range of 2 creatures to your left-hand side here. And that
Yes.
being in melee range and firing a ranged weapon is going to imply disadvantage to you. So just an FYI. So
Oh, I thought it was just if the thing I was attacking was in melee range to me.
no, any melee range around you is going to provide disadvantage if the creatures are hostile.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know, so you can make your action.
I
We can retcon.
retcon
Yeah, we can
that?
totally. Yeah, we can
That's
retcon.
great
I'm just
then.
letting you know. Yeah.
Shit. In that case, just because these guys are coming after us, I'm gonna cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself.
Okay.
At least I hope I'm targeting myself right now. Hold on, let me make sure.
You're targeting yourself now. There's a lot of effects everywhere. Stacking. I love it. All right, throwing on the protection from evil and good. That's going to be a concentrated effect, which means now the pass-out trace is officially cleared. So let me go ahead and remove it.
I'm trying to think, is there any other bonus actions I can take here? I still want Slayer's Prey on the other guy. If I wanted to do anything with that holy water, would that just count as an action?
Yeah, no. To throw a holy water is in it itself is going to be an action. You're kind of taking it and then you're just chucking and it breaks and it does damage and things done dead.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna risk the attack of opportunity and just move 30 feet away, just so I can get a better shot next round.
Okay, they're gonna take it. I'm gonna roll manually here because I know the modifier, so just roll 3d20. Both are going to miss you as they come and swing wildly for you as their reaction. All right, so Regmore in the wild shape form here is now going to go in for a series of attacks. Bite attack towards the armored figure, so the 11 with the disadvantage is going to miss. They are then going to take a claw strike aimed in the direction of them. 22 is going to hit, and they deal a total of 12 points of slashing damage now as they rake across. They then are going to repeat their saving throw at the end of their turn. They make no movement at this point, maintaining their position. Rolling save, and it seems that they are alleviated from the poison condition. The lesion itself is still there at the end of their turn. All right, I'm gonna make a con save for the treant. And roll radiant damage for me, 4d10 for the sickening radiance. $26. That's actually a really good roll. Okay, it could be a lot more, but it's not horrible. So 26 points of radiant damage is dealt as they have failed their saving throw. It then is going to succumb to 1 level of exhaustion. Exhaustion 1. And then is going to emit the same light. Some green here. Green on it too. We'll tint, and then I'll put the light on. 5 feet dim. Green on green on green. I'm trying to make it show up in comparison to the background information since it's really standing out. Okay. Now, as it takes that, right, it's still on the move. Like, it doesn't stop, even after taking that. And so it is going to move its entire space here. Now, the creature is absolutely massive, gargantuan size. So it's just kind of passing over everyone's thrashing and moving in space. That is going to be the end of its turn. All right. Cassus, 2 meaty swings coming towards you. First meaty swing coming through is an 8, which is going to miss. as you bash against your Shield of Faith. Then coming across for a second one. 19 as it swires wildly, taking yourself, ducking down out of the thrashing, the end of that large zombified creature's turn. We're then going to come to the two. I'm going to roll 2 con saves, and I just need you to roll another 40-10 for me, because they're both in the Sickening Radiance. I'll roll them both here, just for the sake of it, to hurry things up. All right, 23. They both have failed, taking 23 points of damage. It's coming to the exhaustion level 1. Then I'm going to put the light stuff on them.
Hey, Michael, is there any way to improve the visual aspect of the Sickening Radiance?
Yeah,
I wouldn't have
it's-
thrown out my hypnotic pattern where it was if that creature was in the Sickening Radiance. I didn't know that. So if there's like just like a regular template you can put down, not the, 'cause it's like blending in with it, so it's hard to tell where it's at.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I should said something.
I will go ahead and put a template over it for now. It's the easiest thing to do. It's more to the left. Yeah, I think that one's impacted by it too. So I'm gonna tack on the same damage. I couldn't even see it either. That's pretty funny. Okay. I mean, you can if you want to retcon the hypnotic pattern. It's up to you. 'Cause they
No,
haven't
I
gone.
don't.
Okay.
But that one's no longer charmed.
Okay.
I'm just saying, going forward in the fights, just so we can all see where it's at.
Yeah, I gotcha. You would actually, if the map wasn't fog or like dark, you most likely could see it pretty well. So I think that's the funny part. Or like a super dark map and it's like a super dark artwork. Yeah, I think I could do it where you could see the template as well as the effect, which will help too. So
Thematically, it's cool. Gameplay is
thematically, it's cool. Okay, so that's at the end of its turn. The other one's gonna kind of follow suit, so I'll do that prematurely here. That one they both took damage as well. And then I'll roll a save. I'll take the 26 based on the previous damage rolls for the one on the top, because I didn't see that one was caught into it, and that one's failed as well. So that takes 26 points of radiant damage. And then is exhausted level 1, and it's going to give off light as well. All right. Wow. Woo! Okay. So that is accurate for that one. And then we come to this one. And the other one's it's going to end their turn after they take damage. Okay. So this one's not in the Sickening Radiance, not in the Knock Pattern. And that one is to your left side, Costas. It's not lit up. The rest of them are completely lit, impacted by the Sickening Radiance. That one is going to point its meaty hand in the direction of you, Costas, going for 2 strikes. Natural 20. Okay. Costas, you take 16 points of damage from the natural 20 as it comes through, prompting you for concentration of your Shield of Faith. You're able to save on that concentration. And then it's going to go in for a meaty strike. And that's a 10, which is going to be a miss. As it comes through, it comes down almost like top down with the fist directly onto you, smushing you into the ground as you brace your sword upright to kind of hold fast, pushes you into the muck of the dirt and the mud and the rain effect that's happening here, and also the entrenchment of all this undead through the space. Then goes in for another wild one across horizontally, and you're able to duck out of the way of that. That's going to be the end of those creatures' turns, as that one has just ended. As in the Sickening Radiance, right, in the Hypnotic Pattern, it's going to be the end, so they're incapacitated. Now we're going to come to the top of round 6. Othala, you are up. So you are technically 15 feet into the air at this point. I'm going to put you at 15 feet with your elevation here. And you are in a grapple condition. This creature has you wrapped, and they look like a bat. They are not a fucking bat.
Alright. Alright, so looking at the creature, I'm like, yeah, I can see you. It's not a pleasant sight. And I'm going to look at the battlefield, try to see if I see the tree moving from the position it was.
Yeah, it's moving. It's now a lit too. Like that light is coming off of the token. You should all be able to see the tree now with that light. It's just full running.
Alright, it looks a little iffy. But what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to catch a branch on the tree. I'm gonna look at the bat creature and then look at the tree and then cast Misty Step.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. So you're going to try to misty step onto a branch of the tree that's extending. Okay. Go ahead and cast it and place your token where you'd like it. Relevant to the tree's token. Okay. So, as you appear, still 15 feet into the air, no longer invisible. So for the rest of the party, you just see, all of a sudden, Thala is like on a branch of a thing, just extending from the trees. The tree's moving and holding on to it. Ah! Right, just grabbing on, and is a lit too, because that 5 feet's giving off from the creature, so you can all kind of light and see that Othala is there 15 feet up. So that was your bonus action to do that.
Mm-hmm. And then with my main action, I'm gonna point back at the bat and cast Ray of Frost.
Okay.
Oh, actually, correction, sorry. Toll the Dead. I'm iffy about that Cone of Cold.
All right, so you're throwing off a Toll of the Dead to the bat.
Correct.
Okay. Creature is going to succeed with a 19.
And I look at my party, and then just hope they got this, and then it's the end of the turn.
Okay. Go ahead. End your turn. All right, Thea, you're up next.
Yay! I'm going to slashy at this guy again with my short swords. Ah.
Natural 1. So you come swinging wildly, kind of takes the great axe, hitting the sword up to the left, just a bad miss.
Okay. Second attack.
Okay, now taking the blade low and going down, you only skim into the armor, you don't penetrate through, and you actually get caught now in some twigs and vines that actually hold up the piece of armor. Pull the blade out.
Right. I'm gonna end my turn.
Okay, ending your turn in that space. Felix, you're up next.
Okay, I'm gonna rinse and repeat, and just bonus action, using another unsettling words on the Axeman.
2.
Subtract another 2 from the
Okay.
spell. Cast the Fairy Fire again.
All right, so throwing down your fairy fire here with a -2, they are going to fail. They are going to be lit by the fairy fire condition. I will go ahead and apply that. They are lit as well as the other two that are inside of the space of the radiance. We have light on top of light. You know, if we can't cast light spell, we're gonna make light. We're just gonna make it shine from them. I love it. And they are
Looks like
lit.
the tree got failed too.
I believe so, and it actually warped it back to a very tiny thing, which is super
Yeah,
fun.
fairy fire is great.
Fairy fire shaped it down and changed its token artwork and everything,
Reduced times
which
three.
is super interesting. I'll put it back into what it looked like before.
And then I'm like, yes, and then I'll back up. And then my turn.
Okay. Honestly, a super weird bug that would change.
Cannon. Felix's fairy fires can shrink.
Yeah,
Trees.
apparently so.
Revert them.
Just for Costas', they all shed light in 10 feet.
Yes. So with that advantage, just balance out to being since it's not dark. Would that advantage be actual advantage? Would just balance out on those targets. To like flat.
Are you talking about if you're attacking the ones that have fairy fire?
Yeah.
There is no. It's just fairy fire. It's advantage. They're lit. The only thing that would impose disadvantage to you would be the concealment of the fog. And right now, you all are close enough that there's nothing that's benefiting them from the fog as much as it's benefiting you. So those
Okay.
nullify out. They're impacted by the fog just like you are.
Then I am going to take the opportunity attacks, even though I'm pretty low health, to move right here.
Okay, I'm gonna roll the flat d20s here, faster than clicking them here. One of them is going to hit you, taking the attack of opportunity. Alright. Take a total of 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Crushes down upon you, just kind of skimming through as it clears space. Shield of Faith is still active.
Pretty rough, but I can take it. So now advantage, Bane of Barathun. Let's toggle off Great Weapon Master since I'm right here. Bane of Barathun with advantage.
Okay. 19.
19.
Not going to hit. So you take the Bane of Barathun. You come around swinging. Grabs the great axe, holding it to as it strikes into it. Has a slight ringing sound as both weapons are quite opposed to the magic.
Would that advantage apply to a shove attack?
The advantage is applied to only weapon attacks, I believe, because it is the fairy fire.
Then yeah, just Bane of Barathun again.
Swinging through once more, 17 is not going to land. This time takes and kind of grabs the great axe, shoving the Bane of Barathun down, and picks the great axe back up.
Okay. Yeah, end turn then. Oof.
Okay. End turn. Othala, as you stepped onto the tree, telepath even at this distance. Oh, I see. And just kind of mutters itself outwards into your mind as the creature telepathically speaks. And then shoves itself back into the tree after fluttering down. It was about 10 feet, landing into this brambles of things. And to your left here, Dirty Joe, Felix, you could hear the sounds of the tree moving for a brief moment. And then begins to open up its mouth once more. As it opens up its mouth, begins to utter words, almost singing a little bit of a song, like a siren. That is going to fill the space. Okay. Dirty Joe, with an 18, you are going to be successful against confusion. As the utterings of these waves, these sound waves, fill into the space, lights kind of create just for a very brief moment, and then flutters into your ears, kind of rings for a brief moment, confusing you. Felix, unfortunately, with a 6, you have failed to the confusion and are impacted by that. Now, I'm not going to place an effect per se. I'll just put a charmed just to note that you're under the confusion. I'm also I have to leave the template down as well in space. It's the focus of the sound waves are being sent into that template space. So that waves kind of hitting in that energy, just constantly vibrating. Quathala, you can see the creature. No one else can. Dirty Joe, though, you can see that the sound waves are kind of hitting you still. So you know where the epicenter of what the creature is. You definitely know where it's at. It's in the tree just to your left. And I will cycle it so you can target it just fine. That's going to be the end of the creature's turn. We now come to the armored figure with the stag-like horns. Now lit by the fairy fire, you can see that they have 2 stag-like horns that come out and curl a little bit back. They have a crude plate armor that's held by twigs and vines. The armor itself is covered in these sylvan runes. You can now see that they're lit. The same runes that are upon the armament of this figure are the runes that are engraved into the house of Paxina. They are the same. The armor is beautifully crafted, but is weathered and decayed and slightly rotten. The metal has been ate by acid and other things. They take their axe and they look in the direction of Costas, who has just unleashed an onslaught and was unable to strike. They then go in for 2 strikes on Costas. Seeing the weapon that they possess, 13 strikes into the Shield of Faith, bounces off. They then come across for another strike horizontally, swing it wild. 13 strikes into the Shield of Faith again, pulling the weapon back, dribbling with this black ooze, this necrosis as it's falling down upon the ground. They end their turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm gonna try as hard as I can to bring this guy down.
Okay, revealing the creature to you, just FYI.
Yeah, that's a problem for another minute down the road. As far as Joe is concerned, this guy is kind of controlling half this army, so it's imperative that we kill him as quickly as possible.
Okay. Firing off the bow, 17. You're trying to aim it in the direction of the crowd. Just flies through.
Has advantage, right?
Do I have
Did it?
advantage?
Oh, you didn't.
Who's he
You
on
targeted
target?
yourself. Yeah, roll another d20 for me. You have advantage on the ranged attack. Yeah, I thought it rolled, but you targeted yourself. Nah, you're fine. Go ahead and make another d20 roll for me because you
Wait,
have
why am I getting
advantage. Because the fairy fire, the actual target you're firing at, is lit. It's glowing right now. It's just vibrating the energy from the fairy fire. So go ahead and give me the other attack.
Oh.
So 17. So we're taking the 17 here. So the 17 is going to miss. So that was your first launch of the arrow, and it's going to zing by and not connect.
Okay, so I'm gonna burn a lucky point and attack again.
Okay. So burning a lucky point to get a re-roll, right, is what you're attempting to do here. Okay.
Mhm.
So on your first attack that you make, taking the re-roll here, you're still not going to hit. So your lucky point is spent and unfortunately not able to strike with the first arrow you've launched.
Okay. I'm going to not burn another lucky and just do another attack here.
Okay. Not burn another lucky and firing off another one. 29 with the advantage is going to hit. You didn't roll another nat 1 on the set of d20s. So you are going to hit with the 29, 13, and 6. Both of those are going to connect as your first arrow to hit. Launch 19 total points of damage. Funks into the shoulder, the large thunk, and then they look in the direction of the arrow. And for the first time, you can see them express emotional pain through the helmet. Through the helmet, which is curved a little bit through the eyes, they have purplish eyes with lesions of black and a greenish, almost pale skin tone. And they do have feminine features to their hips as well as their face.
Trying to think if there's... I don't know how to get through a charmed condition. So I don't know if there's anything I could do to theoretically help Felix here, so I guess I'll just head...
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know what's impacting what the creature did. You have no idea.
I'm just gonna stay here and end turn then, just in case I have to turn around and revive him or something.
Okay. All right, we now come to Regmor in the polar bear form. Regmor is going to go for a bite strike at the armored figure with advantage from the fairy. 23 is going to connect as they strike into the left leg, ripping it apart. 13 points of piercing damage. They then go in for a claw strike, going wild across. It's going to be a 22, which is going to hit as well. 10 points of slashing damage to the armored figure. They fall slightly to a knee and pick themselves up. Regmor's turn is over. We then come to the tree creature. So this is where we get a little complicated because Lethal, you're on a branch, right?
Yeah.
The tree
But
was
wasn't-
10 feet back.
Yeah, it was in
Yeah, it
the
was a-
Sickening Radiance, just barely.
Right. I believe right there, right? Okay. That's
Just
right
about,
in the
yeah,
range of
and I was on his
yeah.
arm. Yeah, and I was on his arm.
Okay. So I'm gonna move the token in retrospect to where you're currently at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that's where I'm thinking that it's at based on where the arm is in position. I'm trying to remember where it's at. So that's
Yeah.
where it's at. So it's in the Sickening Radiance. As such, or right, moves into the spell's area for the first time or starts its turn there. It's going to have to make another roll. So going to give me another 40-10. Okay. It is going to save with the 21, which I believe is higher up than your DC there. So it takes no damage, I believe. It doesn't suffer any levels for the levels of exhaustion. Going to continue its move, so I'm going to go ahead and move it in space. It's going to go slightly off the map. And then I'm going to move you along that trajectory because you're on the arm. Okay. Hopefully you can still kind of see it. It's like moving up map. We'll have to transition you here in just a second. Okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Just want to make sure. We then have 3 of these figures into the Sickening Radiance. And I'm going to let you choose if you want to roll damage independently for them 3 or if you want to do one roll for all 3.
I'll do one for all.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. All right, 22. They are going to take that amount of damage, all failing their saving throw here. So I'm going to go ahead and apply it. So I get applied appropriately. And then they're going to be struck onto another level of exhaustion here. So they're going to go to exhaustion level 2. Now, for those who don't know what exhaustion is, this basically means that they're getting super fatigued and they're falling into further and further points of this. And then there's unfortunate side effects, right? So disadvantage on ability checks now, and then their speed is halved, so they're not moving nearly as quick based on the conditions. All right. Stepping forward, continuing into the point of radiance, this one is then going to come in for 2 strikes in the direction of Regmor as a polar bear form. Natural 1 comes through for the first one, which is going to be just a bad miss. Then 19 on that strike is going to deal 8 points of damage to Regmor in a polar bear form, ending its turn. Speed is halved. Then come to this other one. This other one's kind of grunting in with the fairy light. Seems to be confusing them. I'm going to go ahead and roll a check to see. Doesn't do anything, just kind of bumps into the one in front of it and seems to be very confused by the amount of light that's emanating in front. It seems not be able to maybe navigate around what's in front of them based on the order of turn. 2 more strikes in the direction of Regmor as a polar bear. Not chasing you, Costas, at all here. Or Dirty Joe. They seem to just be focused on whatever's in front of them. Natural 20 on the second strike. Regmor is hit for 28 total points of bludgeoning damage. That is going to drop them below, and that's going to carry over a total of 6 to their previous form. Also going to move them a little bit in space because they can choose a little bit where they're coming out of it. So I'll put them right by Thea there to get a little bit closer in space. Ending turn. Now this one is a lit, but does not seem to be rightfully confused by the light in front of it, so it's just kind of moving forward. and then going in for 2 strikes in the direction of Costas. First strike coming through with his meaty fist is an 18, which is going to miss, and then goes in for a wild second, which is kind of a stomp in your direction as it does. It lifts its foot back directly into your chest for another natural 20. As it comes directly into your chest, Costas, you are unconscious. You are hit for 34 total points of damage as you're struck in the center chest. Hit with a violent crush. You hear your bones shatter and topple down into the ground, lifeless. Ending turn. We now come to the top of round 7. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Just realized the time. All right. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. As Group 6 is navigating the siege of Fort Farron in a very intricate way here, and staving off the tree creature from doing further damage to the fort potentially, and then fighting the commander on their own here. Costas is knocked down into the ground. Athal is being carried off by a tree. Felix is confused. Commander's still not dead. So we'll come back in 10 minutes or so real quick because we want to get through this combat in the session here. So we'll come back at 6:47 p.m. PST. So thanks for watching. I'll be back. Bye.
Pray for us.
All right, welcome back to Group 6 as we get going for this battle that is happening at the back end of the Siege of Fort Farron as the Group 6 has decided to track the horde and fight the commander itself, which we resembles one shrieking, right, we believe, has been bleeding profusely, taking multiple hits, is lit by the fairy fire. Some of the hulking figures, like going the chains, right, they're now in the mix of it. They're falling prey to exhaustion, to the fairy fire as well, and to the sickening radiance kind of damage that's being dealt. The tree has continued its run, sprinting forward. It has continued to succumb to the sickening radiance only once, and is warded or mounted by Othala on the shoulder. So Othala, it is now your turn at the start of round 7.
Okay, so am I like I'm on a branch, like on top of it standing, or am I hanging?
I'm gonna probably say that you're very nestled. So the best way I can interpret it is that you're almost like sitting, kind of in a way. If you ever go up into a tree and then you're trying to like find a place to like lay down, you'd be on that little 90-degree kind of nook there, and you're having to still brace yourself there as it's moving, and even maybe crouch down a little bit to grab and wrap yourself around the branch. So you're still having to balance. You're still having to keep. We haven't really made any checks per se because the branch are on, and most of the branches of the tree are absolutely fucking massive.
Okay. Would there be a way for me to, because I'm still like 15 feet, so I can see the floor, right? Would there be a way for me to like shimmy myself down the leg of this creature?
Yeah, if you're going to attempt to climb down this creature, it's going to have to be an athletics check to try to get down from this creature.
Okay, let's see if I can do this.
Yep.
Well, do I want to do that? Yeah, let's not waste spell slots right now. Okay.
All right, yeah, 18 acrobatics. Yeah, we'll take it because it's not a big modifier here, and it's 16, it's fine. So you begin to shimmy yourself down from the brambles and branches. You have to move at half speed, so you're taking your entire movement speed, but you are able to get off of the tree, and you could also kind of jump down for the last 10 or so feet, not take any fall damage, and still have 10 feet of move.
Okay, cool. So with that, I'll just place my hand hovering over the tree, and I'll cast Vortex Warp again and push it right back. 90 feet.
90 feet from the point you can see, directly back from it. Go ahead and cast away.
Targets. Sorry, guys.
You're fine. I'm surprised we haven't had any baby action. Usually get 2 babies working together on the bikes here.
Yeah, now it's my
he's
time
asleep.
with my dog.
Vortex Warp, DC 16. That is going to be a success by the tree creature. It is not warped.
So then I'll Chrono Shift it.
Okay, so you're spending your reaction to Chronal Shift.
Mm-hmm.
Like it. All right, that is going to be a 22 on the con save after the reboot. It's a high constitution. It's a massive.
I tried it.
The fact that it worked the one time, I was very surprised.
Yeah, I was surprised too. Thought it would help again.
Yeah, I think I hit by the Sickening Radiance too. Yeah, it's two con saves that failed.
Okay, so then with that, I'll just probably I'm just gonna move 10 feet back, just move a little away from this tree.
Okay.
And end my turn there. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. All right, Thea, you're up next.
Right. 2 short sword attacks.
Okay.
Advantage, correct?
Yeah, they'll automatically roll with advantage based on the fair fire condition. First strike coming through. Nice roll. 24 is going to hit. 9 points of piercing damage. Attack on sneak. Additional 6 points of sneak attack damage. That's a total of 15 points of damage upon the target. As you stab directly through the shoulder, bringing the blade up close. You see they kind of gasp, breathe, whimpering as blood's kind of coming down through.
And second one.
for the second strike. 28. You take the blade, stabbing directly through the heart, bringing the creature close. The creature then grabs, after letting go of the axe as it falls to the ground, they then grab into their pouch, into the armor pouch of the vines and twigs. They grab something in the palm of their hands, and they almost like move towards you, letting go of the life of their breath, dropping a small piece of parchment that's rolled up, tied to the twig, or vine, I should say, as it falls into the forest floor.
Okay.
There it is.
I can't. Can I pick that up as like a free interaction with an object?
Yeah, you can use your free action to pick that up. So,
Yeah. So I'll pick that up and then end my turn. After moving toward the one that hit Costas.
okay. All right, Felix, you are confused in this confusion state. Simply put, I need you to make, I believe, a roll on the confusion table. Roll a d10 for me. All right, as a 2, I believe you do not move or take actions this turn. You are rightfully confused, very much so. Moving and dazzling as such. Now, let's see. I believe for as far as the saving throw to get out of the effect, I don't think you look through. I think reactions must roll, start of turns, determine.
If it's a confusion spell at the end of the turn, I repeat the wisdom saving throw, which I just did.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking, this is a little bit homebrew, so I'm trying to go through the spell description because of the way that it's unleashed. Okay. So as the vibrations of energy come through, so you're unable to take actions or reactions on, right? So you're kind of confused, and then you're able to save from the effect. So ending the confusion. However, again, homebrew wise, right? This is a little bit different, so I had to go through it. So it's still sending the auditory effect into the space. So as it's kind of coming through, you're still impacted by that. So you've saved now, but you could fall prey to the confusion at a later point. Okay. Anything, nothing else you could do for your turn there. So we're going to go ahead and end. And I'll end it for you. Costas, death saving throw. S'il vous plaît. You're welcome for the French. All right. We have an 8 on the death throw.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel?
Should I roll that in private?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
How do you feel?
His aura of protection. Oh no, he's unconscious. Never mind.
Costas feels his life force almost slipping away. It's almost like it's almost like he's falling to sleep, but at the same time a stabbing pain in his shoulder. So
Yeah.
falling asleep with a stabbing pain in his shoulder is probably the best description.
Okay.
It's very strange.
All right, ending your turn. It's your death saving throw came outwards. The creature is still in the visible condition, but based on the auditory effect, Felix and Dirty Joe, you can see that the creature's echoing out from space. You know where it's going to emanating from. So the creature's been kind of revealed for both of you because you understand it. And it is still attempting to confuse the space with the auditory kind of sound waves as penetrating through the air. That's going to be the end of its turn. Dirty Joe, we now come to you, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw at the end of your turn. And that is going to be potentially be impacted by this again. So you're kind of holding your ears, right? And you're still aware, you see the target that you were, that is down. So that armor figure has dropped. And you have an idea of where that creature is as well as the other undead.
All right. In that case, I am going to try to get Slayer's Prey on this guy. And now I don't know what the heck this thing is, but is there any chance that it is a fiend? because that is a favorite enemy of mine.
It is not a fiend, unfortunately.
Is it a beast?
It is not a beast.
Oh, well, I tried. Yeah, I'm just going to attack it then.
All right. All right, 20 is going to hit as the arrow flies. Also roll a d6 for the Slayer's Spray. I'll make sure it gets transferred over properly here.
Do I have to just hit it after the fact?
There it goes. It works. It's okay. So you can roll a d6 for me, please. Just do it manually from the dice tray on the bottom right. Thank you. So as you fire the arrow, you can see it's incorporeal, right? It kind of gets hit by the arrow, and then that is no longer there. Like, you don't see your arrow anymore. So it's kind of absorbed that into its invisibility.
Interesting. Well, I'm going to go ahead and attack it again.
Okay. All right, firing off a second arrow. 28 is going to hit this creature. No Slayer's Prey on the second strike, so just the first time. So that takes a total of 9 points of damage. As again, the same thing happens. You fire once, fire twice. You're shooting in the direction of the sound waves. You're pretty sure it's landing, right? Because you don't see the arrows fly past that point.
And... No, I'm going to stay put right here.
Okay.
That'll do.
All right. We now come to Regmore. Regmore is going to take 5 feet here. Just getting a little bit more clumped, looking towards Costas. Using their bonus action for a healing word. They're then going to give you 8 points of healing. Bring yourself back up, as well as your aura protection. However, you are in a prone condition here. Spending their bonus to do so. They have their action available. They then are going to go for a Thorn Whip, just to kind of unleash it out into the direction of one of those that are fairy fired. That is going to be a 20, which is going to land. They do 6 points of piercing damage, and they do not pull forward, ending their turn. Tree is going to continue. It's going to go off map, so now I'm going to go ahead and have it visible. You all here, so you can't see it. It continues to trudge forward, headed in the direction of the battlefield. And as it's doing that, and it seems to be getting further away from the armored figure, the actual great axe is shaking in the ground. I described it kind of falling from the creature, right? It landed into the earth with the blade. It's like vibrating wildly, and the tree continues its advance towards the fort. The undead creatures that are here, they look almost confused and bewildered, shaking and moving their heads around, and they kind of look into the direction of light around themselves, and they just seem confused, and that is the end of their turns. They take no actions at all, no dodges, no nothing.
They take 40-10 still from Sickening Radiance.
I'm with you. I'm with you here. Two of them are going to con save here. They both are going to fail. 27 apiece. They then are going to succumb to exhaustion level 3. Now that the commander seems to be taken out as we come to the start of round 8, it would seem that there is something that has happened to the undead. Not to technically the tree, but the undead themselves. They've lost some coordination, right? They've lost. They're not attacking. They're not doing anything. They're just lifeless, seemingly confused. They have not taken any sort of actions to attack. They seem to be dazzling at the lights that are about themselves. Also, very much exhausted at this point from the sickening radiance, as their flesh is kind of burning from the radiant damage and slogging off. I have paused it as I forgot. So, Dirty Joe, I don't think you made a wisdom saving throw at the end of your turn. So go ahead and do that because we kind of glazed by that. Go ahead. Okay. So you are going to be confused at the end of your turn. So it's going to kind of apply.
I'm gonna lucky that.
Okay, go ahead and roll again. Okay, so you are going to save after using the lucky point. It looks like it knocked off your protection from evil and good, but that lasts 10 minutes, so there's not really a way for that to get knocked off. So I'm going to go ahead and put your confusion, your concentration back on, and then get that effect put back to you. It hasn't really taken a full effect, only on the kind of meaty swings in your direction. There's not much it's doing for you at the present moment because the creature that's sending these waves at you, which is of the most threat to you in this space, does not have to worry about that protection. But, okay, Thala, you're on the ground. The tree is continuing forward in the direction of the fight, and you are left there on the forest floor.
Okay, so I'm gonna come up. I'm gonna see the ogres, dazzling, and I'm telling everybody, forget the zombies. Focus on the bat. I know he's still in there, and then I'm gonna target him and cast Ray of Frost.
Okay, so your see invisibility is still up, so you're able to see this. So you can see it sending off the sound wave out. You're going to throw out your Ray of Frost. Okay, so 22 is going to connect as it fires in. The creature is immune to cold damage. It takes no effect, not even slowed by the movement as it seems to hit into it, does, and begins to kind of move its neck side to side. Seems to nothing.
And that's the end of turn.
Right, Thea.
All right.
Picking up the parchment of the free action, you have that, and then you moved into space here.
Hearing Othala yell what he yelled, and looking at where he had sent his spell, because I know he can see invisibility. These zombies in front of me, they're just like mindless and confused.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I can only make one attack with my short bow anyway, so I am gonna bonus action disengage from him.
Okay.
And move here.
Okay.
That's outside of this little circle thing.
So you don't know what's happening inside the circle because you're not in
Yeah.
it, so you have no idea that really is there. You also don't know where the creature is. I have it revealed for Dirty Joe and Felix here, and then with all I can see with the sea invisibility. So you only know.
I know, like,
that
generally where it is.
Well, yeah, they're looking in that general direction. As far Dirty Joe specifically is looking in that general direction, and then the Ray of Frost was sent at.
Exactly. I'm trying to use like the context clues of like I saw Othala attack this area, so I'm going to also attack that area.
Okay. So you'll have a disadvantage because you don't know specifically where you were in the heat of the other side of the battlefield here, so you will be at disadvantage.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yep.
And that's control.
Correct.
And then short bow attack.
Okay. So 10s, you just fire off into the tree. The arrow kind of thunks into the tree and disappears into the brambles. Unclear if you've hit it or not.
Okay. And then I'm gonna move here.
Okay.
Just to get closer to Othala. Like, you gotta light it up for me somehow. I can't see it. And then I will end my turn.
Okay. Felix, you're up.
All right. Can I use my movement to pull Joe and I here?
Yeah, you can use your movement to pull Joe. You're going to have to kind of grapple them and move them similar to, because you're taking your action to kind of grab them and pull them, but you totally can.
No, well, I'm gonna save my action then. Sorry, Joe.
No, I don't want to move because I can see him here.
Got your answer.
Gonna move up to, so then I'll also have more movement. Move up to the axe and grab it. See what happens.
You go up to the axe and you grab it. Okay, so you go to the axe and you grab it, shaking your body wildly. And as that begins to happen, tendrils of corruption sprout out like tendrils of fingers. They just grab onto your forearms as they begin to kind of pull and entrench. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Natural 1, even with these double stack of aura protections. Yeah, we'll read through it. It's still a natural 1.
Over aura.
As the tendrils begin to sprout upon your body and encompassing much of what is yourself, you hear a voice within your mind. Felix Fennicus, as it echoes outwards. I am the King of Dreams. The Mind Viper. You have touched a weapon of mine. Do not resist, and all of your wildest dreams will come to fruition. And as you look around, your world slightly begins to change with this illusion or hallucination like effects around you. It becomes this peaceful, beautiful, tranquil place. But make a wisdom saving throw. Just going off of we have a lot of aura protection. I gotta disable some things. It's applying twice here.
What is Cass's charisma?
1 million apparently.
1 million. It should be simply a 4, I'd imagine, right?
All right, so that's a 2. That's a 20.
Yeah.
I think
It's a plus. It's a 3?
Yeah, should be a +3.
I don't know why it's adding so many
Okay,
times.
it's a 19 then.
19. Okay. So you're beginning to see through those illusions and those hallucinations as your willpower is slightly overcoming. But the Constitution is for it bonding to, it's like binding to your body. It's kind of coming to you in a very, almost like a kind of a, venom type way, where it's kind of growing into yourself, and these lesions are forming on your forearms and things. And it's happening very quickly, similar to that which happened to the tree.
Oh, gross. Do I still have an action?
Yeah. Just a free action to pick it up.
Cool. And I will just let's see if this does anything, and I'll throw a fairy fire out at where I think the bat is, up in the tree.
Okay. The creature is going to succeed with a 27.
No. Cool, enter.
Okay. All right, Costas, you are prone, arising from being downed. You can see around you the lights have really turned off at this point. It's really kind of the body of one of the armored figures giving off light, as well as the sickening radiance in some of them regard. I will state, so I think some of the lighting got kind of turned off when the fairy fire turned off. All you need to know is that the undead creatures around you are mindless and lifeless. You know, they're not moving any hostile ways towards you. They're kind of like,
So the
And
first
you
thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna
look at
stand up.
Felix.
Then do I see like the giant tentacles getting?
Yeah! Oh, ah!
Well, time to do what I want to do this entire session. Smite the axe. Can I
You're
smite
gonna
the axe
attack
with
the
those
axe?
tentacles?
With what weapon?
The Bane of Barathun.
Okay. All right, I don't need to make an attack roll. I just need you to expend your Divine Smite in your slot. You begin to invoke your Radiant Light upon the Bane of Barathun, and you come with a whistling
That's gonna be a
blow.
second level Divine Smite, by the way.
Second level, and you come with a whistling blow in the direction of the great axe, which is still impaled into the ground. As it comes downwards, the Bane of Barathun cracks in 3 different places as it rings out, begins to vibrate with energy as they begin to ring outwards, as both magics are directly almost opposed. The axe itself continues to just be indented into the ground. The Bane of Barathun is unusable at this point.
What? My god. Everything I have is breaking.
I did say prior to when the creature was parrying, I opened it up a little bit through some of the theater of mind descriptions that when these two weapons are equally matched as far as their powers.
Did it at least damage the axe, or?
No. Because the axe is in the ground. It just got pushed further into the ground. And also is different in its magic, the way it does it.
Buddy, I think you hit it wrong.
I'm not hitting that thing again. Maybe this is somewhat salvageable.
No, I swear you got it. You just gotta get the right angle on it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cast Sanctuary on myself and end turn.
Alright, so you're going to throw up a sanctuary on yourself to protect yourself?
Yeah, that's.
Alright. That's good.
And I figured it wouldn't work. I didn't think it'd break the damn sword.
But you don't know a lot about the Bane of Barathun, so I'm very surprised. You have literally no idea at all how the sword works in any which way. I love it. Take a deep breath, Lucas. It's gonna be okay. Take a deep breath. Anything else in your turn?
End turn. I already said end turn.
Okay. I was just asking, just in case. Just making sure. All right. So, as we come to the bat, Othala still able to see. It's still kind of working through in that effect. It then is going to end that effect as it kind of pulls itself back in its vocalization. And then losing all perception. Folks again. And you don't hear, see it. Joe, you're up next.
Can I still locate it with Slayer's Prey on it? I don't know why it turned off again, but
The Slayer Spray is being counted towards it. Now, the Slayer's Prey is not going to give you information as far as the location of the particular creature. Just know that you're marking it to potentially bring it down. The only thing that would really kind of track it in this sense would be a hunter's mark. Be able to give you that.
I thought maybe it's just because wasn't it like the acid monster we were fighting or something? Was it just because it was submerged and like behind cover? I could still kind of see it.
Oh, are you talking about the?
When we were in the underground cavern, in
Hmm.
that little like dungeon treasure maze area, there was that big acid monster. I remember like because I had it marked, I was able to see it even though nobody else could.
If I recall correctly, on that sequence, I believe that that was given to you based on the fact that the creature moving away from you and you were in space. So it's basically going through that you could see it moving, like the water was moving. Right, you were going off the perception that the water itself was moving and things, and you're aided by the fact that you're using your Slayer's Prey. The issue with this is that there's no way of like tracking it unless you're magically means. Like you're looking for like, did it hit into a tree? Did it break off some branches? Those things that would help in addition to you marking this prey. But the fact of the matter is, it seems to have some sort of invisibility where it's cloaking itself. And unless you can magically track it, there's not anything that's giving sense of perceptions. As it sounds almost, there's no sounds unless it goes into like a tree and things.
All right, well, I guess that's that. Is Felix still being throttled? Or
Yeah.
glued, whatever. Well, saying there's nothing else for me to do, I'm gonna go run over and see if I can pull him off. Come on, buddies, get you off of that nasty thing. Want me to just make like a strength check or something?
Sure. You gonna pull Felix off?
That's the plan.
All right. Go
Actually,
make a flat.
wait. I'm gonna try to splash the holy water on it instead.
You take the holy water and splash it on it.
Yep, just smash it all over the tendrils, all over Felix. See if it'll.
Okay.
I don't know. See if it'll
Just take the
piss
holy
off.
water. Take your action. You start sprinkling on Felix, giving it a big old whirl. Steam begins to billow out from the axe, and as your illusions, Felix, begin to hyper focus on Dirty Joe, as some monstrous tentacle-like creature writhing around, looking at you, wanting to eat you. Falling into those hallucinations, you pull back and you see it's Dirty Joe, and then it's not, as some effect is changing your perceptions of the outside world. It's at this point we're actually going to be breaking initiatives. As the holy water seems to not have any sort of effect, Felix continues to succumb to the effects, and the creatures around continue their mindless. I'm going to go ahead, just for the sake of it, some of which are caught into the radiance, they are going to die. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove them from the board as they're in that semi-radiance, and the other two are just going to...
Push the others. I'm gonna tell everybody. I mean, whoever's not focused on Felix.
God, there are monsters everywhere. Where'd everybody go? Help!
Yes, I'm gonna just try to pry him off then if that didn't work.
Get off of me!
Come on, buddy, follow my voice. You might not like it particularly. It's gotta be better than what else is going on right now. Let's get you off of this thing.
I'm gonna try to read that note.
Okay. The note simply states, in Sylvan, Dear Paxina, I'm sorry for all the trouble and the pain I have caused our kind, and the countless that I have killed in turn. I am under the influence of Orsavis, deity that is attempting to lay claim. Do not know if Kalima yet lives. I love you. My first love back in the Autumn Vale. You have been forever in my heart. I'm sorry for stopping you. Countless times you tried to put my life back to the natural cycle. Yours truly, Sylvana. The whispers in your mind, Felix. Why are you resisting? It is a pity. Don't.
Your mother's a pity.
Oh, so foolish. So foolish. Tell me, Felix. Do you want to know what it is to be chosen?
Not really. I'm all right.
How about the real reason Xanathar had taken you and trained you and, well, sent you?
Like, does that knowledge cost me anything?
It only will cost you a small bit of your heart. Knowledge
Does it have to be
is
my heart?
power. Oh, it could be another. Bring me one
Because
that
I know a dwarf that you might be interested in.
that sounds lovely, Felix Fennecis. That sounds wonderful indeed. Jay, your mic's live.
Oh, sorry.
we're here in background.
Well, this has been real and all, but I think we went past. You sound super creepy, dude.
So be it. Make an intelligence saving throw.
As I read the name Orcivis, I'm going to be calling out to see if anybody recognizes that name.
I got my hands full. Why are you reading notes? Get over here.
You hear in the distant combat explosions, the sounds of the tree creature ripping trees off and throwing them at the wall and the people. You can hear the screams as they yell out as the trees come toppling down, crashing. Joe, you continue to pull, right, fighting. The name Orcivis does not ring.
I'm gonna run over and help and basically be like, because that thing that we just killed was being controlled by it. This axe has something to do with it. Does anybody know anything? As I try to help him pull the stuff off of Felix.
I'll try to figure something out, and I'm gonna cast. So much concentration. I'm gonna drop Sickening Radiance, and I'm gonna cast Detect Magic. Well, yeah. Or actually, because this is gonna, I have no idea what to do right now, so I'm gonna cast Divination. And
Divination.
I'm gonna ask, yeah. Is there anything we can do to help Felix right now?
Let's see.
Yes, bitches. Get on it.
Okay. So you're throwing up a divination just to call out, right?
Yeah, just to find an answer.
Okay. Your divination is not successful. So you hear a cackle in your mind. How cute. The answer that was meant for another has been received by me. The only save for your friend is to let them succumb, or you give your mind freely to me.
He's totally lying, Othello. I don't believe him.
I don't think there's anything we can do. We have to get him to the priest immediately. I have no idea what's that's. There, it seems like there's a deity in the axe.
Orcivis.
Sees
Seems
the
so.
fog begins to condense around. The fog then begins to cease. Glittering in space. As cheering and slight shouting begins to emerge as the Imperial College mages are firing off fire spells in the direction of the tree. Justicar paladins rushing forward, slaughtering the undead with ease. You can see the fog begin to emerge together on a particular figment in the air. As it begins to form outright, its lower half is simple as spiral of a vortex. The upper body is covered in cowl of some kind, and these purplish eyes sprouting from the head. They have a scythe in the hand. Forms this figure, this emotion visible to all. As it pulls the scythe close, and the voice from the figure emanates out in common to you all. I am Orcivis, King of Dreams and the Mind Viper, your friend. Well, your friend has touched something they should not, and another has attempted to intervene. And oh, such a pity. Fight and resist. Do not fear me. This is merely an avatar form that is summoned by the workings of both of your friends, and the fog that is of my own creation will be returned home, along with that weapon. Scythe begins to point in the direction of the great axe. Now, your protection from evil and good, it is helping them against a potential effect, right? Charmed, frightened, possession. None of these are what is impacting Felix. As the barrier kind of forms around them, the scythe continues to point at the axe. And soon enough, your protection from evil and good is nearly gone as it phases out. But left there, continuing to hold the axe. I will bargain, as I can see that you are against one common enemy. Exchange for your friend's life, I seek that you will leave the marshes of Unveiling alone. Preserve the life of Grugash. And stop Damodar.
Costas starts holding a vial of holy water in his hands just in case.
What of Fort Farron?
Farron is a land that I do not claim. That is of another master.
So why are you attacking it again? I mean, this is your little undead shenaniganery, right?
It's not.
Then why did they have your axe?
Sylvana was worthy. Their torturing did not come easy. Their mind was very well protected. But they bent the knee, and their mind was broken, and their dreams were feasted. I gave them a bargain. That they would go and serve my son, Rugash. In exchange, they'd be welcomed back at the Fortress of Torment, and perhaps wherever they would like to go from there. See, it's not my doing. I am merely a spectator from my keep. And that weapon is birthed from my magic. Fortunately, which is waning. Speak quickly, or the axe will take them.
So you spare this Grugash feller? Who might that be? I mean, you say Grugash or Grugash? You said your son something like? Is there somebody we should know about? You got any recognizing characteristics there? Just so we don't accidentally, punch him in the face if we run across him.
I do
You
not
could just.
have time
Obviously,
it's
if
just
your
kind of
son
rude.
for
were to leave
this.
the marshes unveiling to attack Fort Farron or some other settlement again, we'd be able to intervene.
Of course. You may protect your kind, your people,
Okay.
and all of their fragile little minds.
Okay. Are you capable of repairing the sword at all? You could like pull up the thing for it.
Did you retcon that one, Lucas?
You want me to retcon it?
I would retcon it.
Fine. Okay. Is that wow? That's
Mhm.
We're already dealing with one of their cursed weapons. We don't need another one.
Okay, so
he seems like a
you're saying we can all leave this place alive, and you'll remove whatever you've done to Felix if we just leave the marches.
You leave the marshes of Unveiling alone. You do not go after my son. You stop Damodar. Your fort and its people, and Felix Fennicus be spared.
Well, guys, I mean, we did kind of already fulfill our contract.
Yeah.
Looks
Um,
like we're about done
okay,
here, and I don't really want our buddy to die.
can you remind me just out of character, Grugash? Have we heard that before? That his name sounds familiar. I just don't remember it.
Grugash, for you particular, Paxina, I has mentioned, as well as back in Othema, right? So we're kind of drawing parallels back to there into the throne room of Lord Downfalor. This might not be something that your character, because this was given as a forecast a little bit before your character. So you actually would not really know that name per se, except for hinted at by Paxina in conversation. Um, Grugash was described as the name of a black dragon.
That's what I thought. I was like,
Yeah.
it sounds totally familiar.
Yeah, that name should be familiar, and honestly, it was heard a long time ago, and then was not the name itself was not dropped by Paxina. So for Felix, you're in kind of a state you're not really there right now, right? You're still seeing this stuff. You're still battling with this will, and so for you, it's not particularly that you know pertinent because you don't really know that as a character. But for everyone else, Grigash should be a name that you know. This is the name that was given by Lord Downfalor to the Black Dragon.
And just one more clarification. He's saying that Grugash and he and Grugash are not responsible for these undead attacks on Fort Fair. Is that what he's saying?
No, he is saying that he is not, or they are not responsible for the attacks in Fort Farron. But they did not say that their son, Grugash, is not responsible. They have not said either way.
How about?
I think, guys.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, maybe if this guy can give us an extra tip or trick or two of how to stop Damodar, be a pretty good deal to me. I mean, I don't want Felix here to die, and this guy. Do we really want to go fight another dragon if we don't have to?
Yeah, if he promises the son, at least if he does anything, we can intervene, and that we can pass through the marshes if we have to, for, like, important business, I think we're good.
He said stay out. We can go around. That's fine.
Okay.
Don't really like
I mean,
bogs anyway.
Yeah. Also, I don't think we should ask too much of this deity. We're being given a deal to leave with our lives. I think we should take it right now. You're saying that you're gonna remove the army, that they'll cease right now.
They will not attack. No. My influence of these, I do not have. To the scythe, to the two undead that are around you. The tree now toppling down. You can hear the crash shaking the earth. Now you hear cheering coming from the wall.
I think we're gonna take that deal. Do you have any further tips and tricks? You say he's a common enemy. Is there any easier way we can defeat him?
They command, bestowed or gifted, an ancient magic, and from a being that is greater than I. Do with what that you will. Your friend is freed. Moves scythe, and it seems as maybe dispelling the magic on the axe. It stops dripping, and then the tendrils begin to pull out of Felix and begin to form back into the axe. And then Felix, you kind of come to a little bit, and the axe is there. The tendrils begin to come in, and then the blade of the axe, as well as the shaft, right, the handle, just begins to dissolve in this black bile. It just goes and falls into the ground. Then Orpheus takes the scythe and puts the scythe into the ground. And then a trail of that begins to form on the ground, hits into the scythe, and is absorbed. The scythe back up. And as that happens, they just immediately begin to dissolve themselves, right? That fog, but no, it's no longer a fog. It's more like just like a mist. It's very localized, and it begins to break them apart. Stare.
Felix, buddy, you feeling all right down there?
What am I aware of right now? I don't know if I heard this conversation, Michael, or
So you have not heard the conversation during the real time of it, but because you rolled really well in your wisdom saving throw, it was allowing you to kind of break through the hallucinations and the illusions. The auditory is a part of that. So it was kind of trying to silence it, but then you were able to get through. Then you could see it, and then you couldn't, and it was like you're in the between of these two consciousness in a way, right? That's up to you to decide how much your character would retain. You roll again a really successful wisdom saving throw, but then you kind of fail the intelligence there. So I'm going to leave it up to you entirely of how much you want to be filtered in through breaking through that while I was going back.
is this creature still here, or they're gone?
They are gone. So the figure or the avatar, whatever that was, as soon as the weapon was destroyed, they were no longer bound. They left.
Well, all right. So that's taken care of, huh? Should we go check on the fort?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should go that way.
Need a hand up there, buddy? Your leg's working okay. I don't know exactly what you went through, but it couldn't have been pretty.
I mean, I think they're fine, but I'll always take a piggyback ride for fun.
Well, I don't know about fun. I mean, we're still kind of in the
I've
middle
already
of a
climbed up on your
battlefield.
back.
Oh, all right, come on, man. Let's get the hell out of here.
As you're coming
Yes,
to, a
sir.
light source becomes visible, and there's this kind of shouting and yelling coming through. As there are figures that are passing into space. 3 of these beautifully dressed paladins with celestial engraved in gold and silver plate armor, wielding long swords and shields of sentinel. They have the symbol of the Talthars, Palor, upon their shields, as well as tabards and capes. Their helmets are winged, as well as their backs of that of a hussar, right? Because they have this wing kind of coming through and over the shoulders. And they're almost like in mid-run in the direction of the undead that currently surround you. One of which has the light spell. This one dressed in similar of a mage robe with whites primarily, and then a cowl or mantle of like bluish tinge with gold and silver. They have the symbol of the Empyrean College, which is a fist that is open and then turned slightly with fingers kind of outstretching, and then there's like an eye that sits hovering above it. They kind of see the undead, and I'm not going to go through any rolls. They're at, just destroy them. There's just nothing. They're relentless to wipe the undead. They don't say anything. They just kind of yell outwards. The mage showcasing high level magic, paladins cutting through them like butter. Just going to go ahead and remove them from the board at this point. As they come into space, I'm going to move their tokens a little bit. One kind of approaches towards you all, coming through the helmet, a human, slightly weathered and old. Points the sword. Are any of you inflicted?
I don't believe so.
We're fine.
No.
Where did you come from? Let's take the helmet off. Weathered blonde hair kind of flows down from the helmet. After it had a couple clips and braids that go into the helmet itself. So it flows down, begins to let it go. Blue eyes. Has a slight stubble to the face as well.
We were
Well-
the group that notified Lord Thomflor of the horde.
I see. And you were behind the horde and came up on the rear.
Yes.
Mm.
Right.
Targeted their, what we believe to be their leader.
I see. Let me congratulate you then. My name, Sir Rainier. Of House Lonth. Patriots were sent, teleported by the Empyrean College mages, as well as the Society of Falthor that maintain their clairvoyance. The horde has been stopped. Thanks to you all, Fort Farron has been spared. What can you tell me? You
That it
heard
will happen again.
shrieks in the fog. Will that happen again?
Yeah.
Probably not this scale. I mean, maybe small.
Yeah.
Potentially
This,
happen, but the reason that there were so many of them has been handled. You know, there's a much more eloquent member of our group. If you, I don't know if he's feeling quite up to it though.
Anybody can speak. There is no favorites. There is no nobles. The mind of combat. Everyone fights with strength, with will.
well,
You
I'm
all
just saying,
came.
judging off this battlefield and the scale of it, I don't think another horde will rise like this, especially in recent time.
Yes, and the kind of commander who led to many of these undead being created. Then I'm gonna kind of gesture to the body of Selena, something like that.
Sylvana.
Sylvana. I am terrible at names. Is on the ground. Okay. Gesture that has been dealt with. So. Although I believe that they're the person that this commander served is still out there. Possibly.
Then they need to be vanquished.
Yes, but that might be rather difficult.
Yeah, about that. Have y'all ever? Well, I mean, assuming you have, you're more learned than I. Some kind of crazy deity guy named Mind Viper King of Dreams Orcivis. Not a title there.
Orcivis is a lesser deity of the Shadowfell. There is not
Whoever
much
they are.
known.
Oh yes, they were
well,
being controlled
apparently-
by him.
Yeah, they were some kind of weird magic, nasty axe thing that was like ensnaring the mind of what's her face over here, Sylvana. You say, yeah, sure. And yeah, but they were like under command from somebody else. I guess that their kid, who also happens to be a wingling dragon, who is under orders from Damodar, and yeah, we're not supposed to touch him or something. It's been a hell of a night. Any of that making sense to you?
It does not, no. In the
Yes.
mind of combat, we often lose ourselves. The ferocity. You all may heal yourselves, or we may heal you for you.
Oh, would you happen to have um something for like repairing magical items with you?
Not here.
Oh.
Perhaps to the People's Palace. We can figure out a solution. This magical item relevant in slaying of any of the creatures that control the Horde. Or perhaps any servants of Orcivis.
Oh, it's quite useful.
It is
Very
useful against them.
Orcivis, Damdar, really, quite. There's some enemies that's very useful against.
Damodar, where did you hear this name?
We've done a lot of
Orcivis
work.
No,
mentioned him. Orcivis specifically said there was like this guy Damodar that he really didn't like, and he would appreciate some help in taking him out. Yep.
These. Costas is gonna kind of look to the group with like a kind of like, how much are we gonna tell? I don't know if you can tell this much with a facial expression, but he's gonna give a facial expression that shows how much are we telling them.
gives Costas the most intense stare. That's basically like, if you talk, I'm stabbing you in the back of the neck.
He does a very quick nod and turns around.
You will address a house lord with proper respect, no matter what land or kingdom or republic you come from. You are in the realm of the kingdom of Arthuria, which is laid claim by King Reldor Talthar, and we as Justicar serve the throne, whoever is elected and put upon it.
I am terribly sorry. There's some information that, um, you know,
He is going to shove Regmore, who's going to hit Costas.
yeah,
You are forgiven.
if the,
Do not fear. Battle has come to a close.
Well, glad that's the case. Do you know if the inn is open right now? Man, I could really kill some mashed potatoes, maybe some bacon. Man, I'm famished.
I would not know that, as I was teleported onto the line.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you for your help.
You
Do
are
know where
most
the
welcome.
commander of Fourth Baron is?
Commander Raymar Aluna of House Aluna, House Lord themselves. They most likely are helping the wounded and retrieving those that are in dire need. We have sent forward to clear any of the undead that plague the Smallwood. We will be out into the night of the next day, making sure that all the undead are slain. I'm sure you can find them yourselves. Once we return, we will meet with Commander Remar Luna, and we will expect all of you to make audience at People's Palace to debrief the king, as aid does not come freely, especially for those who request it.
All right, I guess that's fair enough. Oh, since you're out clearing these guys, keep an eye peeled for some kind of invisible bat monster that like sends confusion rays down at people. He got away from us just now. Eyes don't see
yes,
as well in the dark.
rather annoying creature.
We will attempt to find it, and if so, we will vanquish it. Do not mistake my language for hostility or aggression. You all are it is most appreciated of the service you have rendered and the message you have sent.
Feels good to be appreciated.
Costas is gonna reach out for a handshake, and he has a very strong "Can I get your autograph?" look. He's not gonna say it. But he has the very strong, like, fan seeing a celebrity, like, "Can I get your autograph?" look to him.
A handshake.
And if you're not comfortable with it, I'd be happy not to. It's,
What house do you hail from?
House Morningstar in Othema.
Kneel.
He drops to the nail.
His hand upon your shoulder. Begins to imbue 50 points of healing into you. Lay on hands.
Yeah, I said morning light.
I heard Morning Light.
Morning Star.
Oh, it was Morning Star. You did say Morning Star. That's totally right.
Oh,
Yeah, Morning Star. Morning Light, Morning Star. You're like caught up in it.
I said I'm
Same
bad with names,
thing.
okay?
I have not heard of House Morning Star.
I believe I said morning light. I apologize.
I'm sure
I
you
have a very
did.
thick accent.
So you are the
Sometimes the
son
battlefield takes us.
of the Bloodied.
Ah, yes. Yeah. That's what she is referred to as.
That you have done your house a great honor. And perhaps you will become a Justicar yet.
He has an ear-to-ear smile.
Perhaps that will be for the king to decide. We make haste into the Smallwood You all are safe and may return back to the fort. Do a kind of a half run into the western side, disappearing off that. At this point, you can see others of Justicar as well as more light sources from mages as they are being tasked with going into the small wood and potentially clearing out the undead.
Why are we hiding stuff from the
Yes.
Justicars?
Why are we giving stuff to the Justicars?
I mean, if they really want it, they can just ask the Lord for it. I mean, it's not like it was. We're basically just saying how we know Damodar. Like, the Lord probably will tell them in like an hour. It's just gonna look more suspicious if we don't tell them. Plus,
He
they're Justicars.
he asked, "How do we know the name?" Referring to that they might know the name. So
Yeah, they
that's just
definitely know
what
the
it is.
Referring to
Yeah.
that they might know the name, and if we know it, that's a problem.
We've already approved Resent. Ah, okay, fine.
Yeah, but
Costas, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Maybe you don't do the talking anymore.
Yes, I won't talk to the Cool Paladins. Okay.
I mean, he is kind of on his home turf here. Just yeah, I mean, we don't. There's this all kind of crazy web of intrigue that we're all caught in the middle of like flies. I mean, I don't know what exactly they know, but I don't know. Maybe they press gang us into their army or something for some reason. I don't really want that. Don't look good in uniform. But
Although I am
yeah,
gonna
it's
say,
just
like,
not
I
fun.
understand it's like hiding like some information, but like this is like that's pretty basic stuff. Like, how do we know the name Damodar? Like, that's pretty basic. We don't need to give them everything. We can
We
just say
know
like,
nothing about what allegiances Damodar has made. We know nothing. They might be working for him.
if they were working for him, the crown would have fell long ago. But okay, okay.
Who knows? Maybe it's serving its purpose for him.
And
You don't know.
this is 3 months since I've been here, and this is the second time that we're hearing already of demons. This is the second one after Tamaruk. So this is might be a bit more than we got right now. We might just have to come back to this another time. Collect what we collect.
Oh yeah, why don't we?
Maybe leave again.
Let's quickly take a look around for. I want maybe check Sylvanas' body, but then yeah, let's head to the end and.
Yeah, and I'd like to stop in
Something else.
town at least talk to the Lord here, make sure everything's ship shape. But I mean, we did make that deal. Can't go through the marshes, so I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Figure out what
he
we're gonna do
asked.
for breakfast.
He does have to pay us. We did kind of deal with the hordes and figure out the source of them. So we did. He does have to pay us.
I mean,
Right,
that
so-
goes without saying. Of course, we're getting our cash bounty.
Yeah.
Either way, it's breakfast time.
Yeah. I'm gonna quickly take a look at Sylvanas' body, see if the armor is salvageable or anything else.
Mm-hmm. Also, Regmore is gone again.
What?
I removed Regmore from
No, let's just say the story of why he walked off. It makes so much sense.
Regmore! You son of a bitch!
Went back to town.
I mean, that's the most. That's the time in the story it makes the most sense for a character that's not here just disappear. Just like completely a character. Completely.
Regmore.
So yeah.
Okay.
Theoretically, I never made any deal,
Okay.
and I'll walk toward the fort.
So yeah, did Sylvana have anything interesting?
All right. So, inspecting the body of Sylvana, there doesn't appear to be any material possessions upon their body. They have no rings, no amulets. It's really just this crude piece of plate armor that is there. Unclear if that is salvageable to give, is it improved and things. From the naked eye, just like looking at it, it does not look in great condition. In fact, it is really held by the vines and the brambles and the things, which are now just loosely hanging off. So the armor is almost like falling off, right? It's not really on them at this point. It's kind of just like loosely kind of, those vines and the things are just like dying, right, really quickly. So maybe that's their natural magic that was created that around them. They do have undergarments, like underclothes, which are, again, common, much of which are kind of disgusting, and they've seen a long time without having a whole lot of cleaning and other things for a period. They have no purses, no belts, so there's just nothing there to really loot off. But apparently, Dirty Joe wants the helmet.
I want to take the armor still. That's.
Okay, you
I
want to
mean,
pocket the
it
armor?
may be falling off, but you said that it may look somewhat repairable if I put a lot of work into it. Nice little pet project, and I mean, Sylvanas is pretty dang hard to hit. This armor might be special.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. Are the pieces of the sword on the floor, or did Costas pick them all up?
I think it more cracked and it didn't
It
actually like, pop
cracked.
apart.
It didn't. It didn't splinter. It cracked.
Alright. Okay.
Do you have any kind of a icon for that horned helmet, or you want me to just pop it in my loot myself?
The helmet usually goes with the suit of armor, so just an FYI. But we'll come to it. We'll come to it next session. It sounds like we'll get to some other things too inside of the Fort Farron. We'll see. So in a way, you're brought back to the fort. Who knew? Right back in this. And apparently not going to the marshes. At least some of you. I don't know. That was left a little open-ended there with Thea just walking away. I didn't agree. Just walking. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna say it's a good time to end it. I think it's a good time. Kind of ending after the battle there and kind of with the agreement and things. So I'm going to calculate experience for y'all. Stop the sound effects. And it got a little dicey there. I think it all worked out in the end. It's been real rough with the tree.
That was fun.
That was
It
awesome.
was
Starting
Odala versus a tree.
Warping the tree.
Now suddenly we see this giant tree teleport like 100 feet away.
Vortex warp. Vortex warp.
There should be a size limit to
Vortex
vortex warp.
warp.
I mean, that was
Nope.
like now I just want to.
Gigantic creatures
I just want
away.
to see you try to teleport like a living mountain now, like like one of those like I don't know if those actually exist in. Actually, I think there's like a living mountain sometimes in D&D, like maybe like the Tempest, like the Tempest thing that's like fucking 27 CR. I want to see you try to teleport that. Just like this thing is like a mile big. Teleport vortex warp.
It only moves 90 feet, so it's not that much.
90 feet. So it'd be like minuscule in comparison.
It's like
Still would be kind of funny. Just,
yeah, I didn't think that effect would work on the vortex on the tree. That was cool. All right, now level 9, right?
Please.
oh come on, please. You broke our swords. Don't do this to me. Well, you broke my sword. My sword is this kind.
Our sword.
Our
It's
sword.
kind of the
broke our
group's sword. I was
paladin.
just using it. So
It is
yeah.
the group's sword.
Costas broke a gift.
Yeah, you broke my
Yeah.
armor. You broke my strength. You broke my sword. You
You're
like,
just holding that sword for Ezekiel, so.
Hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Oh, this is a great.
Does it
session.
whistle differently now? Does it make a difference because it's cracked in a
it
different
just makes like
angle?
a really. It sounds like a saxophone now instead of a whistle. It's like
Now
someone
it's
just
not a
overdone
whistle.
saxophone.
It blows a raspberry every time.
All right, so you have 3,690 experience each. That's 47,611 experience
come on.
total.
Cool. So
So the experience is for the Siege of Fort Farron, which is an event in this world that happens, but it's lessened to an extent, and I'll tell you why. Because you're sharing it with the individuals that have been involved in that fight. So you called upon aid, and in doing so, you spared a great number of lives, right? A great number of soldiers, spared all even saved, right, the fort potentially here. We're going to find that out in the next session. So with that, there is a little bit of a trade-off, right? You got experience in the last session for really good role play, experience choices, other things, and then that is culminated into this. So both are kind of experiences for the siege here in this event. I do want to say congratulations to all of you. This is the fastest that I've accomplished the Siege of Fort Farron. Normally, this combat lasts 3 sessions worth of time. of things. So it's nice work of
Oh.
kind of going through the motions of figuring out how to accomplish this, and it also is a time factor. You know, you all left at a certain time, kind of changed some things up, so that all adds to it. Again, it's a living, breathing world, and so this all relevant to your changes and everything that you do is going to impact all the decisions of everything. So, in a way, all right. Well, any questions you all have?
That was your
Can
Thanksgiving.
I fight Costas to get 300 more XP?
No,
Yeah.
you can't.
You know what?
Unfortunately not.
Let's just even
Unfortunately
go
not.
full like battle royale, fight it out, we heal each other
No.
afterwards, and get our fast XP.
Are there any boars? You know.
Yeah, just-
Oh yeah, boars.
Any-
You see a giant boar pop out from the wood. Kill it! Kill it!
Can we just have like just one romantic? Like let's just have like just Costas just walks up to one of the Justicar, kisses him. That's some role play. 300 XP. There you go. Boom.
No, not like that.
Dude, we're gonna level up just by eating pancakes for breakfast the next morning.
Yeah.
Bro.
Eating
We're
pancakes.
fine.
Just
Yeah.
having a one round interaction with Yadir.
Bar fight to
Sure.
level up. We're gonna.
I
Just,
don't
bar fight.
understand
That's a
you.
combat.
Talk better.
Is what it is.
You fully perfectly translated a Yadir sentence for the first time in any of my campaigns. Here's the XP.
I don't know why you guys can't understand him. He's very easy to understand. To
I
me.
understand like a solid 3/4 of his words.
If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back for another session with Group 6 as they navigate back into the fort here. And it looks like talking with the commander and a few other things on the agenda. So hopefully you join us then. And again, we appreciate it. So we'll see you and have a good weekend. Bye.
Group 6!
Uh,
Bye.
Group 6. Yeah.